Microphone's on, clerk's ready, manager's ready, Griffin's ready.
All right.
Yes, sir?
Can you push that out further, please?
This?
Okay.
Sure.
Keep going, that's good. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna call to order this, work session of the Effingham County Board of Commissioners, November 5th, 2024 at 4 p.m. I'll turn it over to our county manager to introduce the, topics in the work sessions.
Sure,
And I see some handouts on our desk. If there's something we need to pull up, just let us know before we move forward.
okay, so, I'm not quite sure.
He's just gonna, remember we talked about the retreat, we can go over the improvements.
Oh, yeah, okay. Griffin's gonna go over the improvements to the convenience center, just to let everyone know, because we didn't have time to discuss it, during the retreat. And then, the majority of the time is going to be to discuss, further discuss the table of permitted uses. Go ahead, Griffin, you're up.
Okay. Good evening. This will be very brief. It's mostly just before and after pictures of some of the improvements that we've been working on out at the convenience center. Skip over the preamble. We had the scale recalibrated and painted, you could see here. We replaced the gates and entranceways around the whole site and secured the whole site. Previously, there was a bunch of ways that you could sneak in and dump illegally, and we've closed all those gaps. Like here at the front gate, we also swapped out what was a swing gate for a nice new chain link one. You could see some of the old fence. We followed basically the same footprint, but taller and sturdier and more secure and more aesthetically pleasing. It just shows some of the scale repaint that we did. That was stripped and sanded and then repainted in high visibility safety yellow. The side access road was a really rough dirt road that we had regraded and built up again with some sturdier material that was recycled from elsewhere in the county. And we also secured that with a swing gate that we repurposed from elsewhere on the site. We also got all new signs and tried to be a little bit more specific and clear with the signage on site as far as stuff that you can take in and operating hours and also prices. So it'd be a little bit more transparent for people who are visiting. With transparency, we also put a digital readout so people can verify their weights visually when they pull up, make sure that it's what they're being charged. We also had the staff on site establish some clearer baseline rules and SOPs for whenever things happen with visitors or anything. And we had a security camera installed at the entrance also. That was to monitor potential illegal dumping, but also if incidents happen at all on the site, that gives us a pretty good view of probably 80% of it at least with just that camera. So for liability or anything, we have the ability to go back and see whatever happened. And closing off all the fence gaps, like I said. That's just about it. We're still working on a few other things, like improving the security railing around the ramp, for safety and accessibility purposes, and a few other things with some signage. But that's what we've done so far.
Do we have inmates working out there now at all?
The only time inmates who are on site now is when they come as part of the litter crews to dump. There's never typically going to be an inmate there, and certainly not on a scheduled time or a schedule or anything like that.
Okay. I know that was real convenience for some when you have something really heavy trying to get off your truck or vehicle and have some inmates there that can help. I don't know if that's something we could look at reinstituting at some point, even if it's just a brief time, to let people know, hey, if you've got to bring, like, I took a refrigerator out there the other day, and I didn't remember the inmates weren't there anymore, and it was huge and it was heavy, and I got rotator cuff surgery. But there was a front end loader, and I flagged him down, and he put it in there for me and took care of it, so that was good.
I know previously there was some security concerns about that, but now that the whole site's been secured with a fence, that's definitely something we could look into
Okay.
again.
And maybe not the full time, maybe you say there's help with offloading on Fridays from 9 to 11 or 12, some brief time for people like me who are old and injured that can't get stuff on the truck and off the truck so easily.
I think that's a
I
great
know a
idea,
lot of
sir.
that probably depends on the ward and,
Yeah.
with their schedule.
Yeah, just something to think about. It is a convenience for them. I appreciate it. Good report. Any questions for him?
No, looks good.
Yeah, looks real good. It looked nice out there. Everybody was very respectful
Thank you,
when I
sir.
was there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very pleasant. All right, Tim, you want to move to some development services update from the retreat?
Sure.
We're going to specifically look at the table of permitted uses. Everybody was going to try to look at those and see if there's any recommended changes, corrections, additions, or whatever.
I know there were some comments from the retreat. Have these been changed?
So the
Okay.
comments from the retreat plus the ones that, sorry.
Yep.
The comments from the retreat were written down on the master copy. They're not changed in there. And then Commissioner Burdette made some really wonderful and awesome suggestions. Those will be changed too, and then we'll bring it back to you for adoption when those changes are in there. But I wanted to make sure there were none other that anybody had. Now, this is way more extensive than the list we had before.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
And I wanted you to know that. And then this is actually all from the land-based classification standard system, so this is statewide, United States wide. So we based it off of that. Samantha put the chart together. Thank you very much, Samantha, for doing that. And add a little bit of pizzazz to it compared to what I had. So, and then in the table of permitted uses, now we haven't done the text on this yet, but we did add an R3. So an R3, and we'll discuss this later, but is somewhere in between the R5, which is 5 acres, and the AR2, which is 1.
You added a R3.
An R3.
Huh?
AR3.
AR3, excuse me, AR3.
Yeah,
sorry,
I remember that.
AR3.
I remember that discussion, yeah.
Well, it's not added yet, but we're gonna add that, so let's talk about AR3. So when people come in and they wanna, split their property, you notice we always have AR1 to AR2. They don't always wanna go down to, the AR2. They wanna go somewhere in between. And so we've talked about an AR, we'll call it 3, okay? We have an AR1, AR2, AR3. That's between the 1 acre and the 5 acres. We talked about doing an R3 at 2.5 acres. It gives somebody another option where they can keep some acreage and not have to go all the way down to an acre like the AR1. We would develop a table standard just like we have for everything else, setbacks, heights, number of dwellings and all that. But we talked about that as like another option because sometimes people only have the 5 acres down to the 1 acre. So what do you think?
Are we gonna tie that, because my goal on that was to tie that to future development. Somebody wants to come in and do a subdivision, they weren't looking at doing, R1 half-acre lots up in Clio. I was
Right.
trying to get something where if you wanted to do that, you can do the larger sides to help, protect that area where it's dark green on the future land use map.
And that was the point of, I think, is what we're trying to do, is give another option where it doesn't cut it up so much and leaves it a little bit larger.
When you go from R5 to an R1, you have to go down to 1 acre? I thought you could cut off 2 acres and make it be it couldn't be an it couldn't be an R1, it'd be an R2, right? If you had 2 acres.
AR.
Yeah, AR, yeah, you can, but most people don't.
Right, but they're not restricted from doing that.
They're
So
not
I think
restricted
it's to
from
Mr.
doing it, yeah.
Deloach's point. It's just really designed toward a subdivision, and what else would you want in there besides that? If you did the R3 and you had an area,
Yeah, so then you would go to the table of permitted uses and what's allowed in it.
right?
Right.
Okay.
And we can really narrow that down versus what's allowed in AR2.
And I think, I mean, really what the point here is you know, a lot of times you don't have a problem until you have a problem, and we really weren't running into this situation where people were going up to the northern area of the county and then subdividing things, huge parcels up to 1 acre lots so that they could resell them. But that's now starting to happen, and it conflicts with the character of the area. Rather than giving them a choice between a minimum of 5 acres and a minimum of 1 acre, you know, somewhere in between, so that you don't have, you know, a 50-acre tract, you know, divided up into 40 lots. And so this kind of, you know, we think the 2.5, which is, you know, obviously
one
2.5
advantage is-
times the current AR2 standard is kind of a good middle ground on that.
And one of the advantages, I would assume, would be the protective of the land up there. For example, if I had an R5 and I wanted to zone some lots less than R5, I got to call it R1. So I could do 3 acre tracts, but each of those tracts qualify for 1 acre tracts, right? Because they're R1.
Yeah.
All they gotta do is file for a
Because
plat.
AR2.
In subdivision, they can get it redivided, right? And so this, in other words, if I had 10 tracts at 3 acres, they're gonna be R2, right?
AR.
Yeah, AR2.
AR2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, but AR2 can go down to 1 acre.
Yeah,
Right.
So once I've got my
without
3
having to
acres,
come
I
back
can
to
go
you.
ahead and divide, if you sold me 3 acres and it's AR2, I can make 3 1 acre tracts
As
without
long as you
having.
could do it within the regulations of access and.
Right,
and-
but my point was,
and
so this
usable goals.
creates an opportunity for a landowner who say has 100 acres that does not want to see his land. He doesn't mind some growth and some housing and sell his land, but not let it be able to just, without coming before a zoning commission, planning board and the board, just start dividing it up because it's AR2.
Right, and
Yeah.
it fits those character areas in that future land map
Yeah.
a lot better than cutting it all up into a single.
Yeah, I like it. I just want to make sure everybody understood why we're doing this, because you can already do a 3 acre tract and call it AR2, but what you've done is you've opened the door to somebody putting 3 1 acre tracts there, and you have 100 acres. You don't mind it having some neighbors with 2.5, 3 acres, but you'd like to limit to that unless they come back and get a rezoning approved.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and that's the intent,
I'm
right?
not clear, so I'll just be direct. My end goal is somebody wants to come in and do a 10 acre, a development, their lots can't be less than 2.5 acres.
If it's R3.
If it's AR3.
Yeah, because if we give them the option, the developers, they're always gonna choose what they can do the most of,
That's right.
which is gonna defeat the purpose of coming up with this. I'm trying to tie it to the dark green in the future land use map.
Absolutely correct. And that's what we're gonna do.
So when somebody comes to you and says, I wanna go to Clio and I wanna do an R1 half acre lots, you can out the gate say, no.
Well, we can look at the character area of the map and say that's designed for AR1 and AR3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, okay. I just wanted to be real clear
Yep.
on that, make sure what we were doing was.
Well,
And
you'd have to address the land use map to make that happen. I think it does give an opportunity, though, for a landowner that wants to get some higher value out of their land, but doesn't want to commit that the future it can go down to 1 acre tracts.
Yeah,
That's what I liked about it particularly.
yeah.
But you have to put the land use information in there to show that this can only be AR1 or AR3.
So, yes,
There's
so.
no AR2 in this
Right,
area.
that's
And
right.
then that would restrict to what you want to try to do as well, and still allow some development for landowners in the northern end of the county that hit more of an agricultural field.
Right, and so also, the table of permitted uses, is gonna be used a little bit different than it has before. So when we put the, stakeholder committee together and they look at the zoning districts, this would be one of them, the AR3. So the way it's gonna be now is those zoning districts are gonna refer back to the table of permitted uses. So if it's in here and it's in one of those zoning districts, it's either conditional use or permitted use by right. If it's not in here, they're gonna have to come before you and ask for a text amendment to put it in there, okay? So we're gonna try to be as inclusive as we can, but it may be that all uses that somebody comes up with are not in here.
Yeah.
So I just want you to know that's how that's gonna work, okay?
So we're gonna have to pretty much immediately go back into our land use map and adjust it, if we don't. Because right now it says all AR, right? in the
No,
ordinance?
no, the future land use map doesn't reference zoning.
Zoning, yeah.
It just references character areas, so right now it says agricultural
Yep.
as a character for the area, and so you can then, when a rezoning comes up, say, well, R1 does not meet the, the character of agricultural. So we wouldn't have to address the future land use map, because this creates another option that's other than AR1, that is more consistent with agricultural.
And that dark green area.
That dark green area is referred to as agricultural character area, and then the kind of lighter green area is referred to as agricultural residential. So that's
yep.
more of a mix.
Yeah, so the agricultural in the future land use map does allow housing, but it's not dense housing, it's just housing, rural housing.
Well, it's still gonna allow AR1. I mean,
It does, it's
AR2,
still-
AR2, I mean.
It,
So they can still make the application, the developer can, the landowner. I thought we were trying to,
it's gonna depend
that.
on whether we make it a conditional use or permitted use by right in an AR or in a character area like that.
okay.
I think
Wait, what now?
consistently, what you're gonna see, because you don't have an AR3 option, right? You're basically telling folks that, if you're AR1, you have to stay AR1 to stay consistent with the character area. And so that's why when folks wanted to subdivide for family members, they had no choice but to go to AR2. But now that you have an AR3 option, it gives you all, and it gives the property owners another option to rezone that fits in the character of the agricultural area of the county.
Yeah, I understand that. I think that's great. I was listening to what Mr. Loach was saying about he'd like to see it. I thought that was the intent, to squelch any AR2 1-acre tracts in that area.
Could leave them, it could, and that's entirely up to you, to the board, if they think that AR2 is not consistent with
That's just an individual
with agriculture,
decision
but
with each
AR2
application.
may be consistent in the areas that are agricultural residential in the southern area of the county.
Okay,
So you could still have a use for AR2 in that region.
I understand. There's still some holes.
Okay, so please, if there's still time to make any suggestions on the table of permitted uses, please do. And send them to me in an Excel spreadsheet or however you want to do it. If you see something that's missing, that's really important, because I'd rather include something we don't have in there. And again, like I said, these are gonna be each of the zoning districts that we're gonna come up, the B1s, the B2s, the B3s, all those that you see running across the top. These uses are critical to those given areas. And like Commissioner Burdette did, he's like, well, I don't think that's necessarily B2, that may be a B3. It may fit better in there. So those are the things that we're really looking for.
Yeah, and I noticed one, I guess this was a handout. just had
That's
some-
what Commissioner Burdette did.
Okay.
Yep.
I like, and I have, there's a good point on there with the heavy, like lumber yards.
Yes.
being in neighborhood residential, I can see a hardware store, but there's a difference between an Ace Hardware and a Builder's First Source they're running trucks.
Sure is.
They're turning lumber.
That's right.
So, you know,
And the
and I
traffic-
don't know how you identify,
We can be that specific.
yeah.
Yep.
Um,
So outside storage is one of those things that help identify.
mhm,
So an Ace Hardware may have a little bit outside storage, maybe a bag of mulch or two,
yeah,
but a Builder's First Source is gonna have an entire outside storage area.
yeah.
So, Steve, this would take precedence over all the other stuff. All the other stuff would go away. I know we
Yes.
had like
Yes,
outdoor screen storage, which we really didn't know what it was. So
Yes.
that's all gonna go away.
yes. Yeah,
So
that's
when-
why that's why this, land-based classification system that we're using is much more specific
Yes, sir.
than what we had had.
Yeah,
in
it
the
is,
previous.
it's very descriptive. Only in a few areas that I went, I'm not really sure what.
So under
I
each
could do.
zoning, that you're not gonna list out allowed uses. You're gonna refer back to this.
Exactly.
I'm following.
That is how it's gonna be written now. It is not gonna be in text. If it's not here, then
Yeah.
you're
But
gonna
that will be in the
That'll
that
be
will
the ordinance,
yeah,
sure is.
yeah.
And that line.
Just
is-
easier to read.
That's right. It's much, and
Yeah.
so we've passed this off, this so-called process that we're working on to some of the engineers, developers. And they really like it because it sounds a lot simpler than what it is now. And there's no ambiguity.
That's right.
And so that's, sorry, I took up 25 minutes with Griffin's 9, so sorry.
I didn't remember seeing like storage units and things like that. Is that on there?
Like a mini storage type
Yeah.
thing. So we've done enclosed storage, and mini storage is on my list of things to add to it.
What page is the closed storage? Remember?
Which one? Yeah, that's the one we're adding.
Or adding that? Don't have anything for storage or outdoor storage?
I think it's good.
Yeah. We'll probably talk about that one when you get that.
That's pretty critical.
Yeah, just,
Okay, it's gonna be.
mainly just definitions of
It's gonna be
different
warehouse and
types.
storage services.
In the warehousing, yeah.
So page 6, under, the warehouse and storage services,
Yes, sir.
and we're gonna do enclosed
Oh,
storage.
right, okay.
It's pretty specific about.
And some outdoor stuff there as
So is
well.
it primary or is it accessory?
Right,
Yep.
okay.
So if it's primary, where it's just enclosed storage of some kind, that's gonna have a different land use classification than if it's an accessory to, like a business, like a Home Depot would be accessory to it to have outside storage.
Right.
Unless, other suggestions, we're more than willing to take anything you got. Ma'am? Oh, I left the paper. I did leave a paper. And so, yes, like Commissioner Kiefer said, those zoning districts are gonna refer to the table of permitted uses, so it's not gonna be very texty at all. It's also gonna have a table in there, setbacks, height requirements, it's just gonna be in a table, that's the way it is. And then it's gonna refer to the buffer ordinance on all those categories, so it can refer back to that, and it'll refer to parking and a few of the things like. But it's just gonna be like what I call a unified development ordinance, where it references things that have to do with that specific use. And so they won't, hopefully,
Yeah.
between us and the applicant, we won't miss anything. That sound like a good approach, I hope?
I believe so.
Yeah, I forgot to put one thing down on page 5, pet, animal, and pet services. Just want maybe some more clarification on what that kind of business that is. You can get
Okay.
something really weird in there, not realize.
We could be more specific.
Yeah.
You can, yeah, okay.
That was one area I thought Mike could get somebody pushed to the limit.
Sure.
And most of it, I just tried to think of what we've encountered as a board in the past.
Right. All right, I put down be more specific on that one, okay?
Yes, sir, thank
Yeah, it could be pet sitting,
Yeah, you might not.
Could be a breeder.
pet sitting.
Yeah, it could be pet sitting,
That
that's right.
could
yeah.
create issues. You need to make sure what areas those can be in, yeah.
And it
And the
could-
definition of a pet these days.
So I was gonna say, it could be, you know,
Well, this
Things
rhino
we've had
is really
before.
my pet. What do they call it? The ones that calm you down, the pets that,
service animals or, yeah.
Emotional support.
yeah. My elephant is an emotional support elephant. Yeah.
Or snakes, alligators, tigers,
Yeah.
lions.
Breeding.
I've
all
seen
kinds of
some weird
breeding.
stuff.
Yeah, so we can be more and that's the whole point is that being more specific.
Yeah.
Cause I think it's fair to the applicant and fair to the staff to try to be, and you,
Yes, sir.
you folks as
And
well.
anything special that comes up, you know, of course, we'll hear about that and be able to make good decisions, hopefully.
Sure. Okay, that. Oh, the other thing, so we're gonna add accessory dwelling units. You know, we talked about adding some accessory dwelling units. So we're looking at doing that in the AR1, the AR2, possibly in the new AR3. And so we're looking at adding, you know, because you can have a certain number of houses in there. And so we're gonna do that. That'll be in that table also, where it'll have accessory dwelling units.
I still believe the key to that is gonna be that the primary property owner resides in one of the,
And that,
I don't know how you write that.
no, that's how we got it set up
Okay,
now.
and
So
that's-
only one
that's-
primary structure and only one accessory dwelling unit.
That's right.
And that's kinda how we tried to, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, otherwise it's just rental property.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you're not wanting. That's not the intent.
So, send me some more if you've got some more ideas, please, I appreciate it.
Anything else on the chart schedule? All right, anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the work.
Tim, do you have another item?
No, that's actually all we had, so,
Okay,
it'll be a little bit quicker one today.
I guess we got a little break then, so we'll adjourn the workshop and then be ready at 5 o'clock. We got 30 minutes.
Yay.
Maybe. So aggravating.
Tim, you ready? Tim, are you
Yes.
good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Everybody's good on this end? All righty. We're going to call to order the Effingham County Board of Commissioners meeting this November 5th, 2024 at 5 p.m. This side of the room is all ill. We all have either sinus infection, so we'll try to lean into the mic. If you don't hear us, just wave at us. And if you shake hands with that side of the room, you're good to go. This side of the room, you might want to stay away from us.
Or you shake their hand.
That's right. We'll have roll call. Mr. Floyd,
Here.
Mr. Burdette,
Here,
Mr. Corbett's here, Mr. Deloach,
Here.
Mr. Loper. He is absent. He had a issue physically today again, so he's not going to be able to attend with us. Mr. Kiefer,
Here.
and so we do have a quorum. I'm going to ask if you please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the pledge of allegiance to the flag. Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight, not just to transact the business of this county and seek your wisdom and pray for your understanding as constituents share with us their thoughts, their desires, as we look at land use and try to make all those decisions related to all the information that's being brought to us, that we make good decisions that are pleasing to you and good for our constituents. We also come to you tonight for our country, asking that you watch over this election, that it would be a fair and quality election. And at the end of the day, we'll realize we're all brothers and sisters of the United States of America, and we'll accept the results and celebrate the results and move forward knowing that our God is sovereign and that you have each of the candidates in your hands. It says in the Bible that kings' hearts are like rivers in your hands. You bend them where you will. And so we pray that whoever wins, that you would bend their hearts in a way that would prosper this great nation that you established so long ago. We thank you now and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item is our agenda approval, and I think Mr. Deloach had one item he wanted to rearrange. You want to share that with the clerk?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I would like to propose moving item 3 and 4 on unfinished business, which has to do with Joshua Moody in Union Springs and Haddon Lake Road. I would like to move that to item 1A and 1B. So those two items go together as well.
Under the planning board or
Yes, under the planning board.
under planning board? And let's move those to 1A and 1B under the.
We'll move them to 2A and 2B so that we can hear the rezoning
Yes.
first.
Okay,
The
so
variance follows.
so 2A and 2B, so item 3 and 4 on unfinished business will come after the rezoning request on the same subject property.
Roman numeral 16, 2A and 2B, okay? If I mess that up when we get to it, just remind me of that, if you would, please, sir. And then there was an item that I've asked to be removed from the consent agenda so we can address it separately. Madam Clerk,
Yes,
if
sir, I can help you with that, sir. That's going to be number 9. It's policy.
Yes, number 9, the mission and vision. I feel like we need to make that a public expression. Let our manager speak to that. We worked hard on that mission and vision, which will drive and direct this commission for years to come and our staff.
Yes, sir, we can move that to 1A under new business.
And 1A under new business, okay.
If there are no other changes, Mr. Chairman.
There
I-
are.
There
I'm
are?
sorry. Yes,
Okay.
sir. So we have, on page number 5, in addition to the agenda, Consideration to approve contract 24 ITB-066 with APAC Atlantic Incorporated for the T-Splosh LMIG 2025 road improvements. That will be item number 26 under new business. Additionally, we have received a request from the applicant pertaining to page 7 under Planning Board, items number 13 and 14. The applicant is requesting to postpone those items to December 3rd. This is related to Kern Coleman and Company, Chad Zittrouter as agent for the University of Georgia Foundation, Mike Hunter to rezone 73 plus or minus acres out of 138 located on Georgia Highway 17 from AR1 to PD. Again, the request is to postpone those items until December 3rd.
Okay, is that all the items?
That is all your
Will you
changes.
make a motion there, Mr. Deloach?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with the noted changes.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve with the noted changes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it's unanimous. We have our agenda. And tonight, we've got a presentation we're anxious to see. I know some folks have been working hard.
Yes, we do.
What's
I
that?
apologize. So our motion will need to be amended to include,
Include another agenda item?
yes, sir.
Okay.
That is unfinished business. MLRE Partners, number 5 and 6.
Mm-hmm.
The request is to postpone this item until December 3rd.
Third as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Deloach, do you accept that amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And Mr. Burdette, your second is good on that?
Yes, sir. Second.
Okay, all in favor of the agenda with the amended, as stated by our clerk, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, hearing no nos, it's unanimous. We do have our agenda. And
Thank
then
you.
we'll move to our presentation. I don't know if there'll be an introduction from Tim or anyone to our visitors tonight who've been working on the construction design of a new library. Anxious to see it. Anybody? You want to just introduce yourself? Yeah, we were talking about this at our workshop, and we said, well, we need to see this. It sounds great. We want to see what's going on, what your thoughts are, and then we'll look at it from there.
Great. Well, my name is Patrick Shea, and I'm the senior principal with GM Shea Architects. We're out of Savannah, Georgia.
I don't see a microphone. I don't see a microphone. Oh, okay, there it is.
And this is my associate, Meredith Stone. So if you like what you're about to see, when you're done, you should thank her because she did all the work. I'm just here to talk,
If we don't like it.
but I'm good at
If we
it.
don't like it, we throw it at you.
That's it.
Okay.
That's what I'm here for. And then we're also joined by the Live Oak Public Library leader, Lola Shelton Council, and Michael Summers, who's the head of capital improvements, and Jennifer Baxter, who's the brains of the operation over there. So, but we've had the opportunity to work with them. When we went out to go see this site for the first time there in Rincon, we were very struck by the lay of the land. And as we started planning it, we started realizing that in order for the library to be as successful as you want it to be, it needs to be high visibility. It's set back a fair distance from the highway. So we decided that we wanted to make sure that we sited it in a way there on Patriot Drive, so that as people were coming out, whether they're going to the YMCA or going to Manor House or there to the playground or tennis courts, that it would be very prominently located. So that was one of the things that we did in making our choice for the siting of it. So you can see on the screen that's up there, I don't have a board, Patriot Drive, the YMCA is up at the top, Manor House down there at the side. What we decided to do was site it near where the existing parking was for the tennis courts, playground a little bit further on out to the east, and place the main entrance so that it addressed Patriot Drive. We think Patriot Drive is going to become much more of a feature in the future. It's already nice. But one of the things in the program that we were asked to consider is, in addition to this being a great library, that it would also have some great community space, that it would have some great meeting space, that it would have some great places where even if the library were closed in the evenings, for example, and you wanted to have a county commission meeting, I suppose, or if there were an exhibit that wanted to go on there for local artists or something, that they would have the ability to do that. So there's a community entrance that faces the highway, and looks to the west. And the main entrance there is at the bottom of the page, okay? So let's fast forward a little bit. We're going to keep you in the same orientation. And I'm going to point to this over here, if you'll allow me. This is that main entrance. And this is Patriot Drive going on down this way. And then this is the community entrance that's over to the side. This can be closed off so that during the daytime, if there's not an event going on or an exhibit, this would be closed off and the library would continue to function as a library ordinarily would. Or it could be open. There could be times when there needs to be open. But then it could also be closed off at night, and when the library itself was closed, the community center could be open, okay? In order to accommodate the different functions, one of the things that we decided to do was to set it up so that at the center for the information kiosk where you come to check in, get your books and guess for information, that you would be able then to be able to see into all of these various areas. So it's greatly it's organized so that you can see all around. And there are a number of different places for the different age groups, so that there's a place that's wonderful for children that has a great activity room off of it. There's a place for young adults, and there's a place for adults. And they all look on one another's space, but they feel different in character, and they're all secured from that central information desk. There are also some areas down here for the administrative functions, for where you can actually have a night drop for your books. If you're the kind of person that checks out a book and then you need to drop it off in the evening, you can have a book drop down here. And then there are also some other areas around the building for administrative purposes. One of the things that we were asked to do, and I feel like this plan addresses that, is to create what would, for lack of a better expression, be like these nooks where people can read within the stacks. So instead of having just one big area for the stacks and then someplace else to be able to sit and read, there are these areas within the stacks where comfortable seating is going to be. You can grab a book and you can have a chance to sit there and read a little bit more, be better than a Barnes & Noble, but a little bit like Barnes & Noble, okay? There's also a lot of great outdoor space because of the beautiful natural area that's out there. You've got a lot of really wonderful outdoor opportunities. So off of the story time area for the young people, for the children, there's an outdoor reading garden. And then also, so that you can see it when you walk in the main entrance, there's a community garden and an exterior classroom that's on the outside. This is really economical space. It's places where you can actually increase the size of the building, or at least how it functions, 250, 300 days a year without paying $400 a square foot in order to enclose it. So bring people back to nature. One of the great things about your area, our area, is that you have a great natural setting. And this area really lends itself to that. Another aspect of that, if you could go forward one. Keep going. To the picture on the inside, yeah. Is we would like very much for the character of the spaces to show off a lot of natural wood. I mean, we're thinking about what are the natural materials that are native and that everybody thinks of when they come to Effingham County. Well, there's the river. It's hard for us to do a river. And there's a lot of forests, a lot of wood. So we're thinking about wood ceilings and wood beams and a lot of wood casework and so forth, so that when people come in there, it doesn't feel institutional. It feels more like sort of a big living room, big wide open space. Some of the indoor reading areas, like this might be the adult reading area. You can see how places for people to be able to sit within the stacks, not just rows of books, kind of boring, creating places within it. Also, it's really important that we have incorporated into the design a lot of natural daylight. Natural daylight is so much more interesting in a lot of ways. It's free. It's also God's light, and so it's the best kind. Now, this would be a light that was primarily facing north, so that we're not paying too much of a premium for air conditioning and so forth. But most of these spaces would be daylit. As, you know, obviously it doesn't work at night, but during the daytime you'd be able to enjoy natural light throughout the spaces. Now let's go forward one more. I think we're going to be able to show an area. Go on. Yeah, so this is the area that's in our conceptual design that's set aside for children. And for children, we wanted to create a very special place that also had this connection to the outside. And you can see in the picture that's up here that we have a glass wall that can fold so that it can be, you know, in the wintertime, you know, you can be looking out at the nature through the glass. But then in the spring and in the fall especially, you can actually open it all up so that it's all one big, beautiful space. And there are some, you know, places for people to be able to sit in these kind of steps that are in the area right there. And a place that would be a lot more fun for kids. Now we kind of, in our renderings and so forth, we kind of stayed away from color. We want to make sure that they're real appealing to everybody. If we showed a lot of bright color, somebody would say, well, I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to support that library because I don't really like orange, you know, I don't like Clemson or whatever, I don't know. You know, we don't want to do that. But it's not that we're not suggesting that there wouldn't be color within the final design. And then on the outside of the building, you can start to see how we do these kind of sawtooth roofs so that we can have the natural daylight that comes in from above, and then almost like cathedral type space that runs down the center and also connects out into the wings. So a little bit more like some of the churches we've had the pleasure of designing along the center spine, so you can really get uplifted as you go there. So that's all the beautiful stuff. We also don't just rely on the beauty of it all. We also do a lot of rigor on making sure that we know what things are going to cost. So this is a very detailed analysis of what the different areas are within the building and what they cost per square foot. The long and the short of it is that it looks like in terms of just pure construction costs, it'll be just under $10 million. And then when you add in the general contractors, general conditions and fee and profit, bonds and insurance and so forth, comes up to about $11.5 million. Now that's today's dollars, but it is today's dollars. It's not 2 years ago's dollars. You know, so we've been careful to make sure that we're giving you the real story there. It's about 28,000 square feet total. 28,500 actually of heated area. So it's a good sized building. And, you know, I think something on the order of about 3,500 of that is devoted to that community room, that community space. That's sort of like the bonus to what a standard library or nice library, not a standard library, a nice library would be. There are lots of other features that I could have spent a lot more time talking about because these guys really care about making sure that this is a tremendous, you know, experience for you and the people that live here and the people that use the Live Oak Public Library system. But rather than go into that detail, what I'd rather do is sort of leave the rest of the time for questions, unless Lola or Jennifer, do you want to speak? All right, they seem satisfied with me so far, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Nobody's throwing things.
If I could just add, just for the audience, so the library itself, we're trying to start planning early on this process, and so the library itself we anticipate being part of a future SPLOST. So we imagine that would go up to vote in a year or two, depending on how the revenues come in. So that you know, that's why we, rather than go straight into a design, we went to a concept first, and we can kind of have a longer conversation on the needs. And the other thing I wanted to mention too is that we did request that this could be replicatable, and so that if it was the county's desire to, because this would replace a library, and so if it was the county's desire to add an additional library, we wouldn't have to go back to the drawing board.
The current library in Lincoln, how much larger is this one than that one?
It's about 50% larger in terms of the library area, and then you also have the community space
Right.
that's added on top of that.
I
So-
like the community space. I like
Yeah.
that, yeah. Okay.
And a lot different character too. Yes, please. Sorry again? Oh, is that all? I misstated that. Lola has reminded me that the current Rinkin Library is only 9,000 square feet. This one, the library space itself, not counting the meeting rooms, would be about
Size.
3 times that size.
Okay. Have we had discussions with Rankin Council regarding providing the property and the land and so forth? Have they seen any of this?
At the last presentation that we made, we had 2 of the aldermen that were there from Rinkin and their planning director, and they seemed very supportive. Now, as far as,
Good.
you know, the kind of deal points that you were just talking about, we didn't discuss that. I didn't discuss that, but those discussions may have been had.
Yeah, so they haven't, they've mentioned to us the citing it on Freedom Park. They haven't kind of locked in, you know, its exact site. So, so that, all that has to be determined. But this was, like we said, more of a concept type thing that you can dig into.
I like the concept. Yeah, it's very inviting. Libraries are part of the quality of life. You know, we're trying to revisit, you know, our fire, our EMS, our engineering, and all this. And so, it's a good time to look at and what is a library like this of the 21st or 20th century we're in.
Yeah, 21st now.
What does it look like? What meets the needs? So it's good to have some preliminary information for us to start looking at and considering.
Yeah, and it's not official, Mr. Chairman, but I've had a lot of discussions with younger, everybody's younger than me now, but, you know, younger people that live in your community, and, you know, they like the library in Rinkin a lot, but they feel like it's nowhere near as much as they would use it otherwise. I mean, a lot of young families, you know, one of the things that we were talking about is you have a certain number of families now that are homeschooling. Libraries are absolutely essential to that whole process. So
Yeah.
a lot of young people are very much looking forward to that, and I know you have a lot of young people moving here.
I'm sure ours are dated, and we need to relook at that and revamp it. Is there any other comments or questions from the board?
No, I think I've been supportive of doing something in Rankin, you know,
Yeah.
bringing it forward.
And I'm assuming that our staff and the board will have these types of pictures to hang on to, whether it's these or something else, so we can build upon that and look at it and digest it.
Wouldn't have it any other way. It's got our logo down there in the corner, so
Sounds
you know,
good. You
we'd
might
be
wanna
happy
design
for you.
some for us
Well,
again
yeah,
one day.
yeah, I'd be happy to. I'd be happy
Yeah,
to.
if we could have these documents so that we could be looking at them as a new chairman comes on, he's gonna wanna review these as well and plan, and if we're gonna get it on a SPOS, we're gonna have to do a little bit of a hustle.
Yeah, and anything that we can do to help. You know, we're here. We're working for the Live Oak Public Library System, but we're also free agents. Anything we can do to help you, just let us know. Okay.
Well, thank you so much. Very good presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank
You
you.
didn't get to speak at all. You wanna say anything?
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. All right. We all want to get home and watch the election, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, while they are taking care of these displays, this next part of the agenda is pretty simple. We'll go ahead and cover it. We have the minutes, consideration to approve the October 15th, 2024 work session and regular meeting minutes of October 25th through 27th, 2024 retreat minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve both sets of minutes as presented.
Second?
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette, to approve both sets of minutes as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, the minutes are approved. I want to welcome everyone tonight for this meeting. Comments shall pertain to the agenda items only. Should you wish to make remarks, come to the podium, clearly state your full name, speak into the microphone, and if you keep your comments to 2 or 3 minutes, that'll be helpful so that we have time to hear from anyone who wants to speak tonight. We do have a pretty full agenda. The correspondence to these items, the agenda packet for this meeting is posted on the county's website. Any additional documentation presented at the meeting shall be submitted to the clerk for receipt, recording, and distribution to the Board of Commissioners. If I read slow tonight, it's because of the sinuses. I left my glasses at home. I'm borrowing glasses from my clerk. So it's not quite the power that I need, so I may be a little strange in my reading tonight. So with that, we'll move into our consent agenda. This section shall include all routine items for which there will be no discussion. Board has all the items to review, and they're ready to move on them. Should a need to arise for a debate on one of these items, we can move it, and we already have moved one item to the other agenda. And because I'm going to try to save my voice, I'm going to ask Commissioner Deloach if he would please read the 9 remaining items on the consent agenda, and then I'll call for a motion.
Item number 1 of the consent agenda, consideration to approve an assemblage permit for Elevated Hair Studio and Beauty Bar at 135 Goshen Road Extension, Unit 165, Rincon, for an anniversary and holiday event beginning at 5 p.m. on December the 6th, 2024. Map number 465F is in Frank, parcel number 2. Item number 2, consideration to approve to ratify and affirm a revised contract for the Employee Recognition Program. This reflects name change only. Item number 3, consideration to approve in addition to the Human Resources Standards of Practice 5.02, paid time off, Section K, volunteer paid time off. Item number 4, consideration to approve the county holiday schedule for year 2025. Item number 5, consideration to approve to cancel the December 17, 2024 Board of Commissioners meeting. Item number 6, consideration to approve the continuation of the license agreement with Verizon Wireless for site number 133745 Rincon. Item number 7, consideration to approve to ratify and affirm notice to proceed amendment number 1 to the contract with Thompson Consulting for disaster debris monitoring and financial recovery services for Hurricane Helene. Item number 8, consideration to approve to ratify and affirm notice to proceed amendment number 1 to the contract with Ceres Environmental for disaster debris monitoring and financial recovery services for Hurricane Helene. Item number 9 has been removed or moved to a different portion. Item number 10, consideration to approve to ratify and affirm resolution number 024-033 adopting the fiscal year 2024 capital improvement element annual update.
Thank you, Commissioner Deloach. That is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Deloach to approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. And this will move us to our unfinished business items coming forward. Item number 1 under unfinished business, consideration to approve the second reading of a request by Darrell Morgan to rezone plus or minus 12 of 372 acres located on Sand Hill Road from AR1 to B3 to allow for highway commercial use. This is map number 275, parcel number 2 in the 1st District. This was postponed from October 15th, 2024. Is there
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
a motion by Mr. Floyd, second Mr. Deloach to approve the second reading? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, the second reading is approved. Is approved unanimously. Item number 2 under unfinished business. Consideration to acknowledge a petition for annexation as submitted by the city of Guyton for a property consisting of approximately 0.9 acres located at 2736 Highway 119 South, Guyton, map number 294. Parcel number 42 in the 3rd District. This was denied at the October 15th, 2024 because we thought that it was not contiguous, and we'd like to see annexations contiguous, but it is contiguous, I believe.
That is correct, sir.
So we're putting it back on the agenda. Is there a motion to approve this annexation?
And we found out it's contiguous because the state highway
That-
still keeps
That
it
was the
connected.
question.
So since we've got that clarified, I'll make a motion to approve the annexation request.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Kiefer, to approve the annexation request as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing your notice, the annexation request
Does that only apply to state routes?
passes unanimously.
No, it actually applies to
County
county
or
roads,
state.
local roads,
Okay.
interstates.
The road
across the
does
board.
not separate annexation.
That's
I
correct.
thought it did.
That's good information to have.
Yeah. Item 3 and 4 has been moved to planning board, so we'll come back to it later. Item number 5 and 6 has been tabled, so we're going to go to new business. New business 1A, and let me go back and read it from the consent agenda. It was number 9 on the consent agenda. Consideration to approve the updated mission, vision, and value statement along with strategic themes and goals as part of the Effingham County strategic planning process. And we worked hard on this at a retreat a few months ago and again recently, and I thought we might want to at least read it in public. So I think it's a great vision and mission statement. So I'll turn over to our manager.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, so the county started the process of having a formal strategic plan put in place. Previously, we've had one component of that plan that was done years ago, and that was the mission statement. But a strategic plan is it goes much beyond that, and you'll see at the following slides it goes into values and vision statements, and depending on the process by which you're using to execute the plan, other items as well. So the one item that we had in place was a mission statement that we had a strategic planning session both in the winter, but the large one where we talked about the mission statement, but the full day strategic planning occurred over the summer, and it was not just the current board members who participated, but it was our future board members as well, including the future Chairman Ron and future Commissioner Helmley. And so and I thought it was an extremely productive but exhaustive process. And so I'll start off with the mission statement, and since this is the only thing that's changing, because it's the only component we have existing, I'll read the previous one. You can see that we just modified the previous one to make it a little bit more precise as to what as to the reason why does the County Board of Commissioners exist. So the previous one was, it is the mission of the Effingham County Board of Commissioners to provide through the highest integrity a county government which will assure our citizens a safe and healthy environment to encourage and promote a high quality of life. The modification on that is the mission of the Effingham County Board of Commissioners is to provide through integrity, accountability, and transparency exceptional public services that promote safety, health, and a high quality of life for its customers and constituents. Every word of that was broken down, and there were some long conversations on portions of it. But that is the new mission statement as crafted by the current and future Board of Commissioners, and that is the first component of the strategic plan, and arguably the most important. Again, that is why we exist. The next component, and my screen is down. Is it coming up on the screen?
Not yet.
Okay, hold on for 1 sec. Is it there? Okay. And I'll zoom in on this so the audience can see it better. And I'll do this in order. The next item is the values, and these are the items that basically act as a filter of how we perform. Everything that we do to meet our mission statement really has to abide by the values that the county adopts. And our values, they can be a word, they can be a sentence. Our values are essentially, each of them is 2 words, one of them more of a broader categorical value, and then one of them and the first is the more fine-tuned. So the first being honesty and integrity, the second being openness and transparency, the third is efficiency and accountability, the fourth is friendliness and customer centricity, and the fifth being creativity and innovation. Then, from those, and this was probably the longest process of them all, is to really come up with a vision statement. And the vision statement, while the mission statement, the values won't change very often, the vision statement can be achieved. So it's generally something that we try that may have a 3 to 5 year life before you start reviewing and potentially altering it. This was about a half-a-day process to really dig down as to where, and the description that they give is that if the county 5 years from now were to win an award for achieving something, what do you think that award would be? And so it is really it is this vision that is the predominant goal forward for staff to try and achieve. And the vision statement that was come up with was a prosperous county that cultivates balanced growth while preserving its culture, character, and history. With clearly balanced growth, and that is the challenge for us right now that we've got to achieve. And so, creating that balance of preservation that honors what currently is and what has been for the county, and and the challenges of growth that are occurring.
Oh, thank you.
So, with that, we've chosen a process, which I'm not going to get into the minutia of it, but it's called the balanced scorecard, which is how we're going to execute the plan and how we're going to keep track and keep score and measure the things from every employee, from myself on down, how they're going to contribute to achieving the vision and mission statement set forth by the board. We do that by perspectives. Those perspectives are in order, which is really the most important first, which is the customer. And then from there, we talk about what processes we can create in order to achieve high customer satisfaction, what we have to teach our employees in order to, be able to provide that high level of customer service. And the final is the resources that are entrusted to us by the taxpayers to meet those goals. And then the last are really the strategic themes, and these really are the 4 important areas that the county, that the Board of Commissioners wants us to concentrate on. The first being balanced growth, and you will see this is very similar to what we have in the vision statement, and that is to cultivate balanced growth that embraces modern conveniences while preserving the county's culture, character, and history. The second is addressing infrastructure, and that is to ensure that infrastructure, maintenance, and improvements keep pace with growth. The third is really the bread and butter of what the county does on a daily basis. We provide services, whether it's fire, EMS, the library, planning, development, etc. And that is to provide timely, friendly, efficient, and effective services with accountability. And the last is, which was something that was extremely important that we need to really concentrate on that we haven't always, which is communications and how we get information out to not just our employees, but more importantly, our constituents. And so that goal statement is to foster and produce accurate and effective communication between the county, its employees, and the public, ensuring that they are well-informed, engaged, and empowered. Since we've had our meeting over the summer, we've gotten some feedback in department head meeting from the staff on how we can move this forward. Our next step, if this is approved tonight, is to really come up with some things that we can measure and bring you all to approve so that you know that we're moving towards the vision and goals that you've set forth. And with that, we recommend approving alternative 1.
Well, I appreciate that. We want to make sure we share that with the public, so we worked hard on it, and I already see it impacting some of the decisions that we've made, particularly as we're revamping the zoning ordinances and so forth. You see that from just the discussions and knowing this was coming down the pipe, and it's impacting that. Even our communications, creating a communication staff that we didn't have in the past, of a team to help us with that. When we begin to drill down, we saw there's some things we need to do to get on top and get ahead of these things. So already it's impacting us, and I hope it will continue to impact the board in the years to come. Is there any other comments or discussions or a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative number 1.
Second.
Motion motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Kiefer to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. And then we move to item number 1, consideration to, under new business, consideration to approve a proclamation recognizing November 10th, 2024 as Retired Educators Day in Effingham County. Now, Stephanie, I'll turn that over to you, let you do the reading, if that's okay.
Yes, sir, not a problem at all. Tonight, Mr. Chairman, as you all have in the past, we are requesting approval of a proclamation recognizing Retired Educators Day. I was contacted by a retired educator, Ms. Beth Kite, requesting that you all recognize this. So a proclamation has been prepared, and it reads as such: whereas the governor of the state of Georgia has proclaimed the day of Sunday, November 3rd, as Retired Educators Day in Georgia, and whereas there are more than 145,000 retired educators in Georgia, more than 32,000 plus of whom are members of the Georgia Retired Educators Association, and whereas the Retired Educators of Georgia donate thousands of hours of volunteer service and make invaluable contributions to the welfare of their respective communities across the state. And whereas it is appropriate that a day be designated for citizens to express their appreciation for the contributions that retired educators have made and continue to make for the betterment of human lives and for society. And whereas local churches will recognize those lasting contributions made by retired educators in this community. Now, therefore, I, Chairman of Effingham County Board of Commissioners, on behalf of the board, do hereby proclaim November 10th, 2024, shall be recognized as Retired Educators Day in Effingham County, and call upon our citizens to observe this day in an appropriate manner, honoring retired educators. So we do have some present today, if you all will come forth, please. And if you all will come down for a picture.
Okay. Y'all don't look old enough to be retired educators.
We'll do it with your phone first. You won't be a minute, don't you? Yes. I thought figured.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. Thank you. Make it better. You're welcome. Are there any other retired teachers in the crowd, or any teachers in the crowd tonight? Any? Yeah, local or other citizens? Well, we appreciate you all anyway. Thank you so much. That's a lot of people. Thank you. All of our teachers.
I was just trying to remember, I don't think I ever got in trouble in any one of their classes, so I think I'm safe.
If you were in their class, you probably got in trouble.
Now, Mr. Chair, if you could just get your motion to finalize it, please.
Yes. Do we have a motion to approve the resolution as read?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no noes, the resolution is approved unanimously. Thank you again. Excuse me. Item number 2, consideration to approve a final plat and warranty deed for Covered Bridge Phase 4, located on Highway 17 South, map number 352, parcel number 37 in the 1st District.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Samantha Easton, Planner 2. These roads will remain, the roads in the stormwater will remain private. Staff has reviewed the final plat. GIS and E911 have approved the road names, and staff recommends alternative 1.
Okay, any questions, discussions from the board? Motion for alternative 1.
Make a motion to approve with alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Deloach for alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no noes, it passes unanimously. Item number 3 is consideration to approve a revised final plat for Lonadine 2A, located at Highway 119S, map number 344, parcel number 26A in the 3rd District, zoned R6.
Yes, sir. So this is just a small revision done to the final plat that was approved in July. The plat shows the plat in front of you does show the correct bearing on lots 208 to 213. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Any question, discussion, or motion for alternative 1?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd for alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no noes, it passes unanimously. Item number 4, a new business, consideration to approve a revised final plat for Lonadine 2B, located on Highway 119 South, map number 344, parcel number 26A in the 3rd District, zoned R6.
Yes, sir. This plat was originally approved in October. There was 2 lots that had lot 262 on it, and that has been corrected.
Corrected. Okay, is there a motion to approve alternative 1?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no noes, it passes unanimously. Item number 5, consideration to approve an application by Coleman Company for approval of a preliminary plat for the Sands of Midland located on Midland Road, Zone PD, map number 396, parcel number 62 and 62A in the 2nd District.
Yes, sir. So this rezoning to PD was approved in July. They were approved for 465 lots on the 288 acres. They do adhere to their PD text in the ordinance, so staff recommends alternative 1.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple questions here on this one. This could be a dumb question, but I thought we were going to get an update on FEMA on the flood zone before we got to this point. And I thought that portion took about 18 months.
They do have it uploaded. It just did not make it into your packet in time. So we
Okay.
do have that if you would like to see it.
Okay.
So it won't make any material changes from what we had last time.
Yes, sir. There's a small change in one of the roads. Instead of it being curved and connected, it is just a straight shot, but that's the only change.
All amenities and everything in place. All right. Thank you.
Okay, that was my other question. I noticed on page 177 in our packet, it's got a breakdown of the amenities area, park area. On page 170, there's nice pictures on the amenities, but I noticed on the drawing, it just kind of has amenities listed around on the drawing. So, so we're still planning to put all the amenities that were discussed at the June meeting in the development?
Yes, sir. And the developer's here for you too.
Do we?
And while you're addressing that, could you address this too as well? I noticed that I think I read in the text that it's no more than 50% of the common space, the usable common space, could be wetlands.
That's right.
And I calculated, right now, it's less than that. I mean, 46% is the amount of 49 acres that's in all the amenities space, and that needs to be increased by probably 8 or 9 acres. Sounds like you got to get to 105 to get
Right.
to that point.
Right, so my name's Neil McKenzie with Coleman Company. So the tabulation for the open space includes all the amenity areas, the wetlands, 50% of which is counted ponds, and then any other open space that's just dead space or what would be undisturbed. So that's the tabulation for all the open space. As far as the changes to the plan, as Sammy said, we condensed a few of the road alignments, but really there's nothing material that's changed with the plan. The lot count is the same at 465, with the lot split being the same. The smaller lot widths, we had a maximum of 35%. Now we're at 34% for the smaller lot widths. For the amenities, we do intend on building the amenities as discussed previously. There's not a builder under contract yet to program these exactly. So we have no intention of changing any of that, but as of now, the program isn't finalized. So we did kind of leave some open, endedness to it, with the idea that the amenities would be programmed as the builder was signed on. As far as the base flood study, we did complete the base flood analysis that defined the base flood elevation for the basin. The undetermined flood zone line essentially did not change. So as modeled, the line is the same, but we do now have base flood elevations assigned. So the site would range, anywhere from elevation 58 to 61. So the next step is to perform the design and do the grading plans for the site, and then turn that into FEMA to have the CLOMAR. And so then it'll be modeled, and then we'll know the true extent of what that base flood actually is. But we use the existing base flood elevations as determined in the study to set finished floor elevations, set our pond staging. It all begins with that base flood elevation that's been defined in the study. All the conditions that were placed throughout the PDR, and then the conditions recommended by staff, we fully agree with all of them and have all intentions, to meet those.
Well, just real quickly then again, the amenities area, the park area, the HOA common area, and the pond area, that's 49 acres. You got 56 acres of wetlands. It sounds like you need to have 50, don't we need more acreage?
Yeah, the exact calculation, I'd have to go back to.
The total of that whole area is like 106, and 54% of it is wetlands, and it needs to be no more than 50% can be non-buildable. So need to add. It looks like need to add some to the amenities area and the common areas to comply with the text. I may be looking at it wrong, and I do have a cold.
See, I'm looking back at the open space calculation here. Total open space provided is 104.97 acres.
I came up with 100, more than that, 106 that you've got, and you got 49. But I just added these numbers here on page 177. I just think staff needs to look at that and make sure that that's. I mean, we may have to lose something and shift something to make sure we don't compromise the integrity of the green space.
Yeah, and if anything needs to be updated on the open space calc, we can definitely go back and finalize that.
I have one other question, and I think I don't know that it's material. Hopefully, it's just a labeling on the future connectivity. Has that been acquired? Y'all, do you have that access?
Yes, so,
Okay.
so that was one update is, there is assigned easement for that
Okay.
access point.
We may need to label that as emergency, as a secondary emergency.
Sure.
Because I think there are some things we're looking at in the fire codes.
And this is well off the Sand Hill Road, isn't it? I mean,
No, this is,
This is
Midland.
also
Midland.
It's off Midland,
Midland.
so the main access would be off Midland. And
Okay,
then
Midland and 30.
I thought it
Hartley
said
Road
Midland
would be the
Sand Hill.
backup.
It's just called Sand Hills. It's just the name of the
called
development.
Sands.
Okay.
Yeah, the sands at Midland.
Okay,
name.
that's
Sands of
why-
Midland, I'm sorry.
So I'm trying to figure out, where do they connect at?
And I'm not proposing
Midland
that it needs
Sands.
to be an active entrance or anything. just
Right,
a
right. But just,
Emergency access.
right, and just to update the board, that easement has been signed, so
Okay,
that is in
good.
place.
Show me Midland Road on that map.
Right there to the left.
Okay, that's what I thought. So it's off the road still,
Oh, yeah, it is.
well off the road, that's good.
They also agreed to do additional drainage on that. I think
That's right.
in there. It's part of the stipulations.
So part of the base flood analysis, when we go back and we do the plan that includes all the earthwork, we'll then, analyze how much better installing that culvert is under Midland, how much it'll decrease the base flood elevation. So that's part of the next
I
analysis.
see.
So FEMA has approved it or will approve it at a
They-
later?
They will. So the first step is just to define the base flood elevation. Now we can do our design. And then once we have our design done, then we would submit for the CLOMAR with FEMA.
So
And
you
then
can't
part
even
of that-
submit without final design.
That's right. So they could review it, but the real purpose of it is for us to give a basis for our design. And the CLOMAR would really be the end result of what the county would be looking for.
Okay.
And that we'll see where the amenities are actually gonna be located and everything as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'd be
I guess
able to
the
get a
key word here
second
is
look at
preliminary.
this when, will something trigger a second look? I mean, the biggest thing I want to make sure is, what we're promised as amenities and what we're told our constituents actually happens as we see it today. And if it doesn't, what's going to trigger it to come back before the board and let's look at it again.
So, the next trigger for this, so any construction plans would be approved at staff level, but the final plating has to come back through. And by then, we would have a builder signed up and more than likely a program for the amenities.
I see.
I think the key word here is preliminary. We're approving, we still have a
Right, right.
voice in the final plat.
Yes, sir.
Right.
You just
A
don't
lot
wanna
of
start
people are
design
looking at this
details
thing, so I just want to make
if
sure.
we
I
can
understand
work
that.
out any
And we're working
issues.
on a lot of new stuff too, and a lot of the things you guys did is going into our new plan, so everybody will be, I know you went the extra mile on a lot of things, but a lot of people will be doing the same thing and more.
Sure.
Got a lot of great things going on, and we're gonna hopefully improve the quality of all the building, not just this one, but many, many more.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Any other question, discussion, or motion for alternative one?
Make a motion for alternative one.
Motion by Mr. Burdette,
I'll second.
second Mr. Floyd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously.
6 o'clock.
It is 6 o'clock, so, does the board need a break, or
Yeah.
looks like the planning
I need a
session's
quick
gonna be a little shorter. All right. Do you wanna take a short break and come right back? Because it's a planning session, looks like it's gonna be abbreviated. I don't wanna get the staff here too late. All right, short break, 10 minutes. Let's be back at 6:10, okay? You're here for planning, board will be 6:10.
The overtime push, you're not, we're in that ridiculous.
Story almost. Yeah, that's right, we're good.
With Mike Lindell, please have a seat.
Early, pass out some pillows.
Now it's gonna be all over the county.
That was so good.
We just went public. All righty, we are entering our public hearing section tonight. I'll read the item, and then we'll enter to a public hearing from our staff, and then we'll allow, if there's one or two tonight that need to be heard from the public, it's contested, is it 10 or 15 minutes we allow?
15.
15 minutes, we'll put it on the clock. So if there's more than one that wants to speak, make sure you leave time for somebody else, because I will need to cut it off at 15 minutes.
Is he doing it up there?
For either side. Item number one, the planning board recommends approving a request by Josh Moody as agent for Laurel Morgan to rezone plus or minus 2 out of 22.63 acres located Haddon Lake Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for permitted use in AR2. This is map number 441, parcel number 7 in the 3rd district. We'll go into a public hearing, but we'll hear from our staff first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve Candler, Director of Development Services. So the rezoning request is a requirement of Appendix C, Article 9, amendments to the map or text. The applicant is requesting to rezone 2 acres out of 22.63 acres to AR2. Per the Effingham County Code of Ordinances, conforming AR1 zoning shall have 5+ acres, so the 2 acres fall below the threshold and must be rezoned to AR2. Per the Effingham County Table of Permitted Uses, the following uses are permitted by right in an AR2. Single-family detached, one additional single-family detached dwelling, disaster emergency housing, and those that are listed in your report. So only one parcel of this estate split will access Haddon Lake Road. The others will access Union Springs Road, and Union Springs is a county-maintained road. There is currently an AR2 zone parcel less than 0.5 miles away from the current AR2 zoning request, and there are multiple non-conforming AR1, meaning less than 5 acre parcels in the area as well. The rezoning is consistent with the future land use map as the parcel is projected to be agricultural residential. And then at the October 8th, 2024 Planning Board meeting, Mr. Brad Smith made a motion for approval. Mr. Alan Zipper seconded the motion that carried 4-1 with Ryan Thompson opposing it. Staff has reviewed the application. If approved, it will meet the criteria of the ordinance. Any questions for me?
We'll listen to the public first, and we may have some follow-up questions.
Thank you, sir.
So we're in a public hearing. Anyone tonight speaking in favor of this request?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Name's Josh Moody. Live at 210 Haddon Lake Road. Have lived there for almost 16 years now. Requesting to get this rezoned from AR1 to AR2, the 2 acres that we currently live on. The land was given to me by my grandparents, Lowell and Betty Morgan, when we got married. When me and my wife got married almost 16 years ago, with the intent that we would be close by when they got older to help see after and take care of them. And then afterwards would have the land and be able to live on it as long as we wanted to. We didn't try and rezone it back then. We left the land in as one parcel under CUVA until the necessary changes, or we needed to make changes to it. My grandparents have recently passed away, so we're in the middle of attempting to settle the estate at this point and get the land divided up. Like Steve said, the planning board voted 4-1 in favor of the rezoning. During that meeting, neighbors voiced their opposition of it, wanting to keep small lots off of Haddon Lake Road, claiming that it would be an out of character to allow small lots on Haddon Lake. It would set a precedent that would allow other lots less than 5 acres into the area. And then one neighbor stated that it would change the way of life for everyone on Haddon Lake Road. After doing some research, I found that there are currently 161 lots within 1 mile of my address. And of those lots, 48 of them are less than 5 acres. 10 of them are AR2, 38 of them are non-conforming AR1, less than 5 acres. Included in that are 6 lots that are currently located either on or behind Haddon Lake Road currently. So 30% of the properties around, within 1 mile of my address are already less than 5 acres. A precedent is defined as an earlier event or action that is regarded as an example or guide to be considered in some similar circumstances. So by definition, a precedent for lots less than 5 acres has already been established in the immediate vicinity of my address. And from doing this research, it also debunks the claim that it would be out of character to have smaller lots in the area and confirms that this is not a spot zoning. I've ensured that all the requirements for the rezoning under Appendix C, Section 9 of our county ordinance have been met, included adding a platted easement to my property from a county-maintained road, which is Union Springs. By adding this easement, it also guarantees that I cannot set any precedents moving forward because I'm the only property on Haddon Lake Road that would have an option to have the easement from a county-maintained road. And then referring to the statement of changing the way of life for everyone on Haddon Lake, I'm in no way trying to change the way of life for anyone else. I'm just simply trying to keep my way of life from being changed.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Any questions?
They may have some in a minute. Anyone else tonight speaking in favor of this rezoning?
Yes, I am, I'm Lowell Morgan, III. I'm the executor for my parents' estate for the property located at 707 Union Spring Road in Clive, Georgia. First, I want to say the family has no intent for anybody in Haddonville or for the Haddonville community. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. If approved, nothing in the way the land is currently being used changes. I think most of us here tonight understand that 20 acres in the county right now is hard to find and is bringing some very, very strong offers. However, my sister and I are not choosing to list the property. We're a real estate agent and take the highest bid. It's probably the smartest thing we can do, but we're not. However, we are not choosing to do that. Instead, we are dividing the property amongst the family. Of the 22.62 acres, the estate is to be divided as follows. My parents originally purchased this property in 2000, and at that time, I purchased 5 acres. My nephew, Josh, was given 2 acres and allowed by my parents to put a home on those 2 acres, and later allowed by my mother to build a shop on the current 2 acres that he has resided on for the past 15 years. We understand that this was admitted from the will. However, the 2 acres was part of the estate because my sister had to agree and I had to agree to give Josh each an acre so that he had 2. This was completely understood by all parties involved. In exchange for the 2 acres, my nephew agreed to live on the property and assist my parents as they got older, which he did. But it is in exchange for 2 acres, not 5. My dad went to the attorney's office to finalize his will the day before he went into surgery to have a tumor removed. Unfortunately, he did not recover from that surgery. It was also evident by my parents that they intended for my nephew to have 2 acres because when my dad cut the timber, he replanted all of the property and trees except for his yard and my nephew's 2-acre yard. They certainly would have not allowed him to put the house and the shop on the property if they did not intend for him to have it. My sister and I, as current owners, are still in agreement to give Josh the 2 acres that was agreed on and that he deserves. The remainder of the property, 15.62 acres, including the house, is to be divided evenly between my sister and I. So the 22.62 acres would break out as follows. The house that my parents lived in gets 5 acres. My sister gets 5 acres from the estate. My nephew gets 2 acres, which he currently resides on. I get 10 acres, the 5 that I already owned, and the 5 that I inherited. With that said, because my nephew will have 2 acres, this will change the zoning from AR1 to AR2. The other parcels will remain AR1. And again, there will be no change to the use of the land. Those opposing this seem to have 2 concerns. They don't want additional traffic on Haddon Lake Road, and they don't want to set a precedence that would allow others on Haddon Lake Road to be able to divide property and build subdivisions. This change does not in any way increase traffic on Haddon Lake Road. Haddon Lake Road is a private road uses the land of property owners along the road, including 600 yards of our property, and is maintained by those who live on the road. My dad used his equipment on multiple occasions to help maintain the road, even though he rarely used it. My nephew, over the last 15 years, has contributed money for the purchase of dirt and maintenance of that road. Again, Josh has lived at his current residency for 15 years and primarily uses access off of Union Springs Road to get to his house. He will still have that access. With that said, this results in no additional traffic on Haddon Lake Road. The second concern, we do not believe this sets a precedence for future AR2s on Haddon Lake Road because we are not asking for a new address. Josh has had his address of 210 Haddon Lake Road and has had his home established there for 15+ years. There's already an AR2 property, as you heard, on Haddon Lake Road having the address of 528 Haddon Lake Road, as well as several non-conforming AR1s of less than 5 acres. Lastly, we heard clearly during the zoning board meeting on October 8th where this was approved, each case is reviewed and looked at individually. We understand that if we are trying to convert to AR1 and develop a trailer park, this would be denied, but we are not. We're simply trying to fairly divide the land and estate among the family as my parents wanted. Based on the above, the family and me as the executor ask the commissioners to approve this request.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else tonight speaking in favor of this rezoning request?
My name's be Ron. My wife and I live right to the south of this property, 441-5 and 441-4. Josh actually has an ingress and egress. He comes out of his driveway and goes right beside our property to get out to Union Spring Road. I've talked to Lowell, his grandfather, on several occasions over the years. He and I were good friends. And he has mentioned on numerous occasions, or two I know of particularly, that he was going to leave 2 acres to Josh because Josh took care of he and Betty. Good friends. And that's what he wished to do in his will. It's sad that he didn't get that in writing, but that was his wishes. I get along fine with my neighbors. They're good neighbors. They're all fine. I don't know why they think that there's a subdivision going to be built down there. And I used to do some development work, and I just don't see how in the heck you can build a subdivision on 2 acres myself. I mean, it'd be nice if you could, but I just don't believe you can. So anyway, with that being said, I have no problems with what they're trying to do. And I feel for sure they're not trying to build a subdivision down there because I can see that property from every direction I look at. And a lot of you already know that because you've been there at my house before. So anyway, I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. HB. Still have a minute left if there's anyone else who wants to speak in favor of this rezoning request. Seeing one no coming forward, I'll move to those speaking in opposition to this rezoning request that would like to speak.
So I'm Larry Hampton Spradley Jr., and I live at 346 Haddon Lake Road. So I live right next to the Lowell Morgan estate, basically.
You live at which one?
At 346 Haddon Lake Road. So that would be 441-8, I guess? Yeah, 441-8. 7 acres right beside there.
441-8, okay, gotcha.
And I've been there since 2009. I think Josh and I both moved in about the same time. And I have nothing against them at all. We all get along like HB said, all good neighbors, all got along fine. I think and y'all have in your records the opposition's letters and the things that Ms. Deborah Moore's son sit in, kind of outlining why we are opposing the AR1 to AR2. And it is nothing personal, it's just that when we were here last year with a similar thing at 400 Haddon Lake Road with someone wanting to cut out 2 acres, we were told by y'all that that could set a precedence. Now, I know that's different. That was coming off Haddon Lake Road, not off Union Springs Road. I know that was an undeveloped lot where this is a house and a shed and everything built there. Of course, so I see the differences. But we, as I think you all have heard us say, Mr. Deloach came out and met with us last year, heard us, understood our concerns. He did the same thing this year. He listened, and I think he knows that we just want to put any safeguards possible to make sure this doesn't open the floodgates for others to turn the rest of Haddonville, not the 2 acres or the 23 acres, but there's lots more land back in there that could be possibly used for development. And at some point, it was mentioned last year, the dirt road's just not gonna take it. The county's gonna have to take the road. And that's not what any of us would prefer. Now, that won't be overnight. That may not be in my lifetime. But that was our concerns. Not so much Josh living on the 2 acres. That's not it. It's just, does that set a precedence that would adversely impact us down the road for years? Which we were led to believe it could last year. I think that's in the records if you read some of the things that Trent Moore wrote up. I mean, he put some quotes and timestamps in there for some comments that were made saying, yeah, that could possibly do that. So anyway, Haddonville, you know, it's a quiet, peaceful place. We just want to keep it that way. We have nothing against Josh and his family with the 2 acre thing. If we can somehow or another make sure that that doesn't set the precedence for future wide open development down the Haddon Lake Road and the potential taking of the road, that would be horrible in our opinion, because we like living on the dirt road. I guess I'm kind of here to say I oppose it, but the main reason is because of the development, not because of the 2 acres. It's just for the potential for future development. I don't care if Josh lives there.
Your concern is to ensure that this doesn't set a precedent for future development. Gotcha.
Yes, that's our main concern, and that's what we were led to believe last year.
You'd want to work with your neighbor to make that. Okay.
That's it. That's the whole gist of why I'm here. And like I say, Mr. Loach has heard us, and I'm sure whatever he recommends will probably reflect and maybe join those concerns with their request as well. But that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Anyone else tonight speaking in opposition to this request?
What Hamp just said. My name's Guy Sherrouse. I live on 446, and this is certainly nothing against Josh. Jamie knows the background as well as anyone. With Homer Lee Wallace, we begged for the county to help us with that road, but no. And we fixed that road with our own time and our own money. Now, there's nothing against Josh. Josh is a fine neighbor. And I'm going to sit right here and admit, Josh moving into that 2 acres is not going to hurt Haddon Lake Road. It's just what Hamp was talking about, the domino effect. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Very good. Anyone else wanting to speak in opposition to this rezoning request? All right, seeing no one coming forward, we'll close the public hearing and we'll turn to the board to see if they have some questions or comments. And I'm sure Mr. Loach, since he's met, he might want to make a comment or two. Am I putting you on the spot?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead and go first. Thank everyone for your comments. We've had a lot of discussions and conversations, text messages, emails over the past couple months or maybe a little bit longer on this item. Back on, and I truly hear, I guess, somewhat not the opposing side of Josh, but the opposing of what could happen from this vote. And I can tell you that as long as this road remains a private road, I would still agree, and I made these comments at the February 7th, 2023 meeting, and I made a comment that I didn't think that we needed to add any more traffic to this private road. And I also, because the request at that evening, that was going to create a new address, that was going to be a brand-new lot, that was definitely going to increase traffic on that private road. So, so with that being said, my thought process is still the same. I still don't think we need to increase traffic on Haddon Lake Road. So sorry I'm hammering that in, but it's just so much discussion that I want to make sure that I get these certain points across to everyone. As it was said before, Josh has lived there 15 plus years, and I don't think, if this was approved tonight, I do not think it adds traffic to Haddon Lake Road, which is still a private road. The parent parcel, and I'll refer to that to Mr. Lowell Morgan Sr.'s property. The parcel that we're discussing is going to be split up. It is currently zoned AR1. And it is served by a county road, which is Union Springs Road. So with that being said, I think this is a very unique and different situation than what was discussed on February the 7th, 2023, because that parcel discussed on February 7th, 2023 did not have a way to be served by public road, by public county road. So once this parcel, the subject parcel, the 2-acre subject parcel, if it were to be split, there's a 30-foot piece of property that Mr. Lowell acquired. And as Mr. H.B. Ron said earlier, that section of the property runs by his property, and it's 30 foot wide. It's a long, narrow strip until it opens up to the larger parcel. The applicant, Josh Moody, has obtained a platted easement to his 2-acre subject parcel. So the proposed AR2 parcel will have legal access to a county-maintained road, which is Union Springs. So, in summary, the 2 acres is going to be served by a county road. I don't see how any other parcel could have that option. So again, I understand, and I definitely hear all of you that's on the opposing side. You're not worried about Josh on the 2 acres. You're worried about what could happen after this vote, and there could be subdivisions that come down on the private road. So again, I don't support any more new lots, new traffic that would be created on Haddon Lake Road. I don't want to hurt Haddon Lake Road. I totally understand where y'all are coming from. But being that this particular parcel, this person has lived there for over 15 years, and he has the ability to have a platted easement that's served by a county road, I think we're talking about a different situation than we did on February 7th, 2023. And I apologize for saying that about 10 times, but I just had a few things on my list I just wanted to make sure I hammered home, and it is crystal clear, because I told the folks that I met with, I was going to make it crystal clear in my comments. This is recorded, so this is forever, so there's a record of what I'm saying here tonight. So if there's ever anything that comes back up, we can play the tape. All of this is videoed and it's recorded.
Yeah, I appreciate your
I'll
comments.
stop there.
I appreciate your comments. That was excellent. I appreciate your research and study on that. But I think that would solve some of the issues I hear from those against it, that it's because of what you're suggesting about the easement to Union Springs Road, we wouldn't be setting a precedent that would dominate a future board's decision along Haddon Lake, basically. So that's a good definition and good way to state it. Any other discussion among the board?
I can't say it any better than Commissioner Deloach.
Yeah, I think he said it well. He clarified there wouldn't be a precedent.
Yeah, and I'm very knowledgeable. I grew up in the area, so I know the area very well. And I think, rest assured, nobody's coming after Haddon Lake Road, the county. So I think that's something we can all agree on up here.
I would agree with that too. I think it would take something major to be able for a developer to come into there and develop on a private road. It's just not gonna happen. There's a limit to how many we can even have on a private road.
We're looking at doing some rezoning that's gonna hopefully prevent that from happening. Some of the concerns you had about setting a precedent.
They'd have to come
Part of
before
our
the board.
moratorium, we're looking at areas and how we can protect the agricultural areas in the future, the AR areas. So I think that's gonna really help with this in the future as well, so. All right, if there's no other discussion, I'm gonna, public hearing's already been closed, I'm gonna entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, with everything that was just previously discussed, I will make a motion to approve the rezoning, this 2-acre parcel to AR2.
All right, motion, Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette to approve this parcel to be rezoned to AR2. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. With no conditions added, we can do the second reading. Consideration to approve the second reading of a request by Josh Moody as agent from AR1, as agent for Lowell Morgan to rezone plus or minus 2 acres from 22.63 acres located on Haddon Lake Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for permanent uses in AR2, map number 441, parcel number 7 in the 3rd district.
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Kiefer, to approve second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. So we're good. I think we got a good compromise and got a good record of what took place tonight. Item number 3, consideration to approve an application by Ronald.
I think we got
Mr.
2A
Chairman.
and 2B.
Yeah, you'll reach back to
Oh, I'm
unfinished
sorry.
business.
Yep, I got it on
Portion
my
of
side
that.
over here. So we got to go 2A and 2B, and I got to go here and find them. Where was that one?
That was on,
was on
unfinished
unfinished
business
business.
3 and 4.
Yep, unfinished business 3 and 4. 3 became 2A and 4 became 2B. So, because the first item is consideration to approve a revised final plat for Lonadine 2A located 119S, map number 344, parcel number 26A in the 3rd district, zoned R6.
No, it's the wrong one.
Oh, it is the wrong one. Which one am I looking
This
for?
is, we're on the variance. This is on number
Yeah.
3 from old business.
Yeah, 3 and 4 old business.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On
I'm on new
page 3.
business.
Yeah, we're doing 3 and 4 from page 3.
Yeah, give me a minute to find the old business. Where'd my old business go? There we go. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. The item is consideration to approve an application by Joshua Moody as agent for Lowell Morgan for a variance located on Union Springs Road to allow for the reduction in required 60-foot access easement, map number 441, parcel number 7 in the 3rd district, postponed from October 15th.
Mr. Chair, the pursuant to Appendix C of the zoning ordinance, variances may only be granted for the following findings are made. If there's a unique physical circumstance or condition, including irregularity, narrowness, or shallowness of a lot, or shape or exceptional topographic or other physical conditions, so such physical circumstances or conditions, there's no possibility the property can be developed in strict conformity with the provisions of the zoning ordinance. So the applicant requests a variance from section 7.1.18 to allow for the reduction in the required 60-foot access easement, and the access will be a private road, and is part of the platted parcel as you saw before, and I'll get to it as soon as I get to that. And due to the access being platted as part of the parcel, there's no way the applicant can obtain any further right-of-way, and the platted private road will be 30 feet right-of-way. So staff has reviewed the application. If approved, the variance will meet the criteria of the ordinance.
Okay. All right, we'll open a public hearing, see if there's anyone speaking in favor of this variance request. And that's the easement you were referring to that's going down to.
Josh Moody, owner of 210 Hadley Road. So, like Steve said, we own a 30-foot easement right now, don't have access to a 60-foot. And with us breaking up the one parcel into 4 parcels, we're having to request a variance. We're only requesting the variance for the 30-foot driveway. When it opens up and we're eligible to do 60-foot, I've put on the plat for it to be a 60-foot easement. It's just where we can't physically do a 60-foot is where we're requesting the variance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else speaking in favor of this variance tonight? Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this variance request? Seeing no one coming forward, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any comments or questions from the board.
Mr. Chairman, as the applicant stated, they only own 30 feet at the beginning from Union Springs to the larger part of the parcel. Once it opens up, they have the 60-foot easement. So in my opinion, this meets the definition of a hardship. They don't have any other option than 30 feet because that's all they have. So with that being said, I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Burdette, to approve the variance. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, the variance passes unanimously. Second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Joshua Moody as agent for Lowell Morgan for a variance located on Union Springs Road to allow for the reduction in required 60-foot access easement, map number 441, parcel number 7 in 3rd District, postponed from October 15th. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. All right. So now we're back to planning board number 3.
Yes.
Consideration to approve an application by Ronald Helmkin for a conditional use located at 333 Shawnee Road to allow for a cemetery in AR1, map number 287, parcel number 17 in 3rd District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The request for a conditional use is a requirement from Appendix C zoning ordinance, Article 5, uses permitted in the districts. The applicant requests a conditional use for a cemetery on their property in AR1 zoning. In the table of permitted uses, this is the conditional use within AR1. And then also in Part 2, Article 3, cemeteries, mausoleums, and crematories. No premises shall be used or occupied for the purpose of cemetery or mausoleum in any district except multifamily, single-family, or agricultural residential districts, and only upon approval after a public hearing. The burial shall not be any closer than 10 feet to the highway right-of-way or closer than 10 feet to any other property line, and no premises shall be used or occupied for the purpose of a crematorium in any district except conditional use in the B2. So this is not one of those, it's just a cemetery. So staff has reviewed the application, and the conditional use will meet the criteria of the ordinance if approved.
All right. Open a public hearing. Anyone tonight speaking in favor of this request? Anyone speaking in favor of this conditional use? Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this conditional use request? Seeing no one coming forward, I'll close the public hearing and see if there's any questions or discussion from the board.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like everything is, follows along with what's needed here.
Okay.
If there's no questions or concerns, I'll make a motion to approve alternative one.
A second?
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Burdette to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Ronald Helmkin for a conditional use located at 333 Shawnee Road to allow for a cemetery in AR1, map number 287, parcel number 17 in the 3rd District.
I'll make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Burdette to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, the second reading is approved unanimously. Item number 5, consideration to approve an application by Mitchell Donaldson for a conditional use located at 344 Standard Lane to remove the conditional use map 366. This is map number 366A, parcel number 64 in the 3rd District.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the request is for a conditional use as a requirement in Article 5. The applicant requests to remove a condition from the conditional use currently on the parcel. The original conditional use was approved January 6, 2004 at the Board of Commissioners meeting, and the stipulation placed on the conditional use states as follows. Approved with the stipulation that the structure is only used for watchmen and not a rental unit. So,
What's that?
so across the street, the orange is R4. That is a mobile home or an RV community. The purple on the other side was for a night watchman to, like a security guard, to watch what was across there. That doesn't exist. And so they were asking if that could be removed, and a new business tenant would like to lease the building there on the other side.
Okay.
So that's the condition to, yes, sir.
So it's zoned industrial? What's it zoned?
B2.
B2?
Yes.
Okay, I must be looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, B2, it says,
The I-1.
any district except as.
I could be wrong. Hold on a second.
Zoning district.
It's purple though.
It does look purple.
See, I thought it was.
It is I-1. I'm incorrect. That's correct, yes.
I don't-
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm just
The
wondering.
big difference between
what
B2 and
the-
I-1.
To live on it.
Yeah. I think I do. That's a tough.
Okay, all right, no.
And we don't know what the use is. No one's made an application for the use for what's there.
All right, I've talked to the gentleman that's there now, so now I remember. It is currently zoned industrial, obviously that's why it's purple. But due to the size of the lot, with the buffers, with the 300 feet all the way around it,
Can't use it.
is really not usable. So he's got, I think it's some like mobile home repair
Yes.
business. So it's kind of, I don't know if he's, I don't think it's directly associated with what's across the street, but he's been there, he's trying to do the right thing. He didn't realize that he was out of compliance. So it's not like, he does not, what is it, 3 acres?
Yes.
3 acres, so he can't come in there and put a warehouse or something crazy like that with the buffers on there.
Yeah, it would all be buffered.
So I think he pretty much, if I remember correctly, I think he uses it mostly just as like a storage yard.
Is that a mobile home park across the street?
Yes, that's
Okay.
Old Quail Run.
Oh, that's, okay, I know where you're at now.
That's countryside now.
I'm with
I
you.
wonder in this case why he wouldn't just rezone to a B so he could do his business.
I think
be
as,
more appropriate, yeah.
I think as soon as he gets that condition off of it, he'll come back in when the moratorium is lifted to do a rezone.
Oh, I see. Right now, he's out of,
So step one, he just wanted to,
wants to use his property.
in compliance.
Yeah, we
And so-
notified him of the condition on there, and so whether it was still
Probably
valid.
wasn't even
Could
aware.
we condition it to be rezoned? That way we didn't get hung up with an I-1 there. Just a question.
What is the condition exactly? How is the
It's
condition
supposed to
stated?
be a night watchman on that piece of property.
And it's strictly,
Security.
It's an
that's all
I-1.
that can be used on it.
If it was a larger parcel,
Well, there's
For
no telling
whatever
what the
reason.
Well, it
ordinance
was
back
for
then.
across the street.
Sure.
But industrial, that doesn't
That's
make
been
sense.
20
It doesn't,
years
no,
ago.
sir, it
Weird,
doesn't.
it's industrial.
since it's such a small parcel, I mean, that happened a long time ago when it got zoned that. I mean, I don't have a problem just removing the conditional use because, like it was stated earlier, with a 300-foot buffer,
Can't use it. for
you really
industrial.
can't use it.
Yeah, as long as he's using, he would have to be using the uses in B to be able to use the property. Otherwise, if he uses the use in I-1, he'd have to, the buffers could be enforced,
Yeah.
right? Is that
Well,
true?
he's gotta have a 300-foot buffer to have those, to use it for those things, right?
That's correct. And he doesn't have an industrial use there now.
Okay.
How wide is that piece of property? It's about a square, so if you, one side of it, you'll know what it is. Is there an industrial use that we'd be concerned about, maybe?
Yes, and it being, it's just strange zoning for that spot. It doesn't go with their future use map or anything.
It's only concerned with, is there a industrial use that you could use in there that could squeeze in there? And do we want to limit it to
How
only
much?
B3 uses?
About 380
And
feet.
we could
feet.
approve it, lift it and then limit it to, or can we do that? Because it's not even been rezoned yet.
Well,
We can't, we just gotta lift the condition, that's all we can do tonight.
well, keep in mind that it's not 300 feet if it's a light industrial use. So there are some uses he can put in there with only 150-foot buffers, which this may fall into. You know, and then, of course, there are berm exceptions to that. But if it was a heavy industrial use, he couldn't really do anything with
Couldn't do anything with it, but
berms
you
on
could
every
light
side.
industrial.
Right.
I would just caution that something could go there and disturb everybody around there if you're not careful.
So
I'm not saying that's the
can,
intent.
can we put a
but-
condition that, and I'm asking, can we lift the condition so he can begin using it with the condition that he will apply once the moratoriums, or that it would only be
Moratorium.
limited to, that industrial property would only be limited to B3 uses?
I would say you can lift this condition, but replace it with another condition. I don't think we can condition it on a rezoning. I would hesitate to do that.
Right, could we put a
But-
condition that it could only be B3 uses in this?
Well, I would probably just condition it to what he wants to use it for. Is he here?
Okay, come forward. Maybe we can do that. Let's condition it
Yeah,
what
maybe
you want
that's
to
the
use it
easy
for.
way.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
And then you.
that's what they did
And
before.
then you can come back with another zoning later on to get more uses. Can you? Matter of fact, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. I don't think we did that yet, have we? So
Well,
you-
I can sit down, whatever you want me
No,
to do.
no, I want you to go ahead and speak. And we'll open the public hearing officially, so that it'll be on the record, you're speaking for it. What is it that you would like to do with this property?
All right, my name's Mitchell Donaldson. I own the property on Standard Lane. It was zoned industrial, which is why I bought it. I had some intended uses that I wanted to apply on the property, but it was met with some
Opposition?
so I threw that out. I was just looking, I had an individual who's wanting to rent the building to store things inside the building, do some welding, do some, repairs to cylinders. Seeing it as it was industrial, I understand it doesn't meet the buffer restrictions on it, but I was gonna use it for some commercial use, to rent the property out. It was my understanding that the only reason they didn't approve these individuals to get their business license was that there was a
Conditional use.
for the night watchman. Thank you. There was a conditional use for the night watchman, There used to be a mobile home repair guy there, you know, obviously in the early 2000s.
Exactly what you're talking about now, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
So your request is, remove the conditional use, obviously, but what you would like to use it for, we might need to, from our attorney, place that as a condition, if we can agree to that tonight. Do you want, what you would like to use it for?
yeah, just, you know, rent it to, I mean, I just want to rent the property. I own the property.
Rent it for a commercial use?
Correct.
Is that stated clearly
I would think a
enough?
machine shop like that would be a
Right.
commercial use.
Is that okay if we put that condition, to be rented for conditional use? I mean, for a commercial use?
I think you need to get specific on the use. We may want to table this one tonight, just so we can maybe do a deeper dive on the rezoning when it happened years ago, just to make sure. But yeah, I mean, if you want to change the use, you need to have a specific use. That'd be the best way to do it.
So the conditional use had nothing to do with the rezoning. Evidently, they just wanted somebody to sit on the property and keep a watch out. So the zone industrial doesn't, you know, the industrial zoning was prior to the buffer restrictions, right? So, and it was my understanding, as far as the building codes go, that you could use, you could do a commercial business on an industrial piece of property. There's no rezoning, nothing like that would need to be done.
Well, we need
Mr.
to do a
Chair.
deep dive, because it sounds like that rezoning was upon the condition that would only be used for this. So that is a restriction that we would need to remove. Is that correct?
I mean, I can keep a night watchman.
No,
Make you
Is that correct?
live
That's the
there.
right-
Yeah, I mean, I
So-
was told I couldn't do, the individual couldn't get the business license because of the night watch.
Well, right
What's his
now,
business?
right now, hang on, right now,
He's got a welding business.
right now, the industrial use is limited to one use, apparently, from what, and he wants to do a deep dive to make sure that's correct and what we're doing, and see what we can do to make a condition, so you can use it the way you want to use it for I don't think there's any objection for a commercial use, just gotta do it the correct way. So, why don't we, is 2 weeks enough to table this one? But you need to go to December 3rd.
Let's go to December 3rd.
I'm gonna ask for a motion to December 3rd. We're gonna try to get this resolved for you so you can use this property,
Yeah.
but not open a
The
can of
unfortunate
worms
thing is
for
I got
industrial
people
use that
paying
we're
me
not.
money, small businesses,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I think we can find something that'll work with you. I hate to put you off for 30 days, but I think we're gonna have to do a little deeper dive, okay?
Okay.
All right, is anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this request? We'll make sure I have a chance to hear from that side, so we won't necessarily need another hearing on that. Okay, all right. I'm gonna entertain a motion to table this per the attorney's request to December 3rd.
And there's no way we can allow him to operate with a certain condition until December 3rd? That's probably a dumb question,
I
but
don't know, Lee? Huh?
I would advise against that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, do we have a motion to table to December 3rd, 2024?
I'll make a motion to table this item until December 3rd.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Floyd, to table this item to 12/3/24. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it is tabled to then, so we'll get an answer and try to help you with this. Item number 7, consideration to approve an application by Louis Centron for a variance located at 106 Bellevue Boulevard to allow for the reduction in accessory structure setback. Map number 461D, parcel 2B in the 2nd District.
Mr. Chair, so this is another variance request. And so the variance is request as an accessory structure shall not be less than 5 feet from the rear property line and not less than 5 feet from the interior side setback lines. It also says an accessory structure should not be less than 10 feet from a principal structure. So here is a picture of this property.
Wow.
Yeah. So an accessory structure is less than 1 foot from the principal structure, and it's also less than 1 foot from the side property line. So the variance would be 9 feet from the primary dwelling and 4 feet from the side property line. And also to let you know, this is just an active code enforcement case. So, to come into compliance, the variance would be needed for both of those, and then it would comply with the International Building and Fire Code, and it would also, need to be permitted, building, the accessory structures through the code department.
Are we aware if there's a permit for the accessory structure?
That's correct. It would need to
There
be
was a permit issued?
There was not. It
There
would
was
need to
not?
be,
Oh.
yep.
Wow.
All right, we'll open a public hearing. Anyone tonight speaking in favor of this variance request that would like to speak? Anyone speaking in favor of this variance request? Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this variance request? Okay, seeing no one coming forward, I'm gonna close the public hearing and see if the board has some discussion on this item.
So how did we get to this point again?
They must have just built
Just
without,
did it.
without getting permitted, and our code enforcement, which we beefed up, found it and cited them, and they're trying to bring it in compliance. Is that the right summary?
Absolutely.
Was there a complaint?
I think.
How was this brought to our attention? Oh, GIS, okay.
In tax assessment.
But there was no complaint? No neighbors, anybody show up?
No, it was just, you know, we just went and
Jeez.
checked it out after it was flagged and.
And the applicant's
Give
not
him
here?
credit, he's maximized his lot.
I'm surprised the people who beside him aren't here to
Yeah,
complain.
me too. So the applicant's not here?
Huh?
So the applicant's not here tonight, I guess? Oh, yes.
He is here or he's not here?
He is here?
Okay. You want to come speak to this? You might want to.
Yeah, I would say so.
Sound like you got a little bit of trouble.
Little bit only. That's not good. Hey, how are you? My name is Luis Cinteron, and I don't know nothing about that regulation when I start the process. I apologize for all the inconvenience, but I don't know if we can get approved or not, but whatever decision you made, I'm gonna be, I appreciate it.
Who built the structure?
Sorry,
Who built the structure?
me?
You
and
built
my
it yourself?
friends. Yes, sir.
You're not, are you a builder?
No, sir. I work for constructions.
I see. So you didn't know you needed a permit? No?
So it's
for
not
that
built to
kind of-
code.
Not for a pool house, but
Is it enclosed?
Hmm?
Is it an enclosed building? Or is it
no.
just-
I have the back part is the storage, that is the rolling door, and the other one is the pool house.
The main structure is in compliance. It's just a pool house and then that little back
Yes, sir.
area. Yeah.
And he has hired an engineering firm or an architect firm to come in compliance with code.
Sound like we need to do that. We'd be setting a real precedent with 1 foot.
The drainage off that big structure, does it drain towards that fence?
It's got a
Neighbors,
good,
how does the drain, I mean, that roof line, which way does it?
guttered, but
it's guttered, but still.
I had something similar to this years ago in mine, but he literally took it to the line where the eave was dumping water to his neighbors.
Yeah.
Y'all,
I remember one that we did like that. The water was
we
being
had to
dumped.
move it.
They had to move it, yeah. There was no way around it. Because I think you asked,
It was literally on
could
the
you guys
line."
work this out? And they couldn't work it out, so.
Yeah, I was trying to work with him, but
Yeah.
it's impossible.
Yeah. All right, anything else you want to add to your request? I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sorry for the inconvenience on
Thank you,
this.
sir.
All right. And I've already asked if there's anyone speaking in opposition to this request and don't have anybody. So I'm going to close the public hearing and see if there's any final discussion and a motion from the board.
I'd appreciate some comments on this one. I've never seen anything quite like this one.
I'll be honest with you, I just can't support it. I just don't see how
If it was a
that could have been
1 foot,
thought that was gonna be
Okay.
okay.
It's going to set a precedent for sure.
It's true.
Somebody else is going to say, well, you let them do it. It's not like they
I don't know what.
got a foot over the line, which we have done that, help somebody with a foot inside and say, well, all right, that was a small error, you know.
What's the remedy?
Huh?
What's the remedy?
Bulldozer.
The rear is.
Can it be moved?
Well, he's hired someone, that's not gonna be for us. We had to decide if we're gonna
Okay,
make a
I just-
precedence or not. He's got an engineer and architect, they said, I heard that he's gonna be looking at how they can correct this, bring it in compliance.
Okay.
That's just one part of it. The location of it is the other part of it.
Yeah. With the location and then the code compliance you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two
There's
compliance.
two things,
Yeah.
The rear setback doesn't really, there's just woods behind him, it's the neighbor
Yeah, that's the
to
hard one.
the left.
The home itself is barely.
All right, I'm gonna entertain a motion to deny this variance and then ask them to come back to staff with a way to bring it a little closer to compliance, if not
Wait,
completely.
is that the rear, is there a property line there, or does it just go back in, because the yellow line continues? I
No,
don't
it's
see it.
it's the distance from the primary structure has to be 10 feet, and it's only 1, and the side has to be 5 feet, and it's only 1.
One. Yes, you want one more comment?
I have a letter from my neighbor, like if she don't have any complaints, and we send it to the county to write a letter, and she don't have any complaint about the pool house.
I wish they were here, that would probably help you some. I hate to,
We have the letter,
yeah.
she make a letter for us, and we
Is it,
send
is
that
it
email.
notarized or anything? I mean,
Let me look and see what I have.
But is that rear fence the property line, or does the property
Extend.
extend
that's a
into the
good question.
wetland area? You see what I mean? There's
It
no
might have some
yellow
wetland
line
back there.
he just said it's 1 foot off the property line,
in the rear?
in the rear.
Okay.
And it's 1 foot off the, I'm sorry, 1 foot, yeah. 1 foot off the property line in the rear and 1 foot off the property line on the side.
Okay.
It's supposed to be 10 and 5.
I guess that GIS is just not showing that. line.
Yeah, that's the email.
Now, according to the plat that I see, there's more room back there. That's not the property line on the fence.
I don't think so either.
No, look at page 622 on the bottom, that's,
Well, let me narrow it down for you. Our staff is telling us 1 foot off the back property line and 1 foot off the
but
side.
it's not. It's, you look at the back property line, it goes, there's wetlands back there. Because the fence.
Steve, the question is, they're looking at it, GIS, and they're saying it's not 1 foot off the back. Is it 1 foot off the back or not?
No.
So we can't go by GIS lines all the time because the rectification is not necessarily perfect. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we sometimes use GIS to measure too, but that's not what we go by. We actually go out there and measure it.
You
That's
find,
a
you
more
actually find the
accurate-
marker?
Yeah, we use yes,
Marker,
and a,
gotcha.
yeah. So there are some parts of the map where the parcel lines aren't exactly square and or what we call rectified to ground truthing. And so we don't, we actually go out there and find a marker and measure it that way.
So
And
it's-
that's not the preferred method by the county attorney either, I'm sure.
So you're saying the fence line is the property line
Yeah,
in this case?
it is in this case, yes.
What neighborhood is this?
Bellevue is
Belmont?
New Haven.
I'm surprised.
I wouldn't mind tabling this and looking at this a little further and
Sure.
just dig a little more. This is really confusing.
And he
good
said
one.
he can produce the letter from the neighbor as well.
I'd be cautious on 1 foot,
Yeah,
no matter what.
sure.
And if you produce it, in my opinion, they need to be here, need to be
Maybe look at it and
certified,
find a solution,
notarized, so
you know,
you
if he
don't
can
want to
put a
find out and
wall
say,
there
I
and
didn't
tear
sign
off
that. Yeah.
4
Yeah,
foot or
yeah,
something,
maybe
there may
move.
be a way to save some of it, I don't know how it's
Exactly.
built. If he's in construction, he should know how to do that.
Yeah, it looks like he knows.
All
how
right, do you
how
want
build
to
stuff.
table this item?
I'd like to, and I'll go out there and meet with him.
That's in your,
I can grant you that, for sure.
that's in your district, so you have the right.
Yes, sir.
Motion table December 3rd.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion to table to December 3rd, 24 by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd, I'm sorry, by
Yeah.
Mr. Burdette,
Okay.
second by Mr. Floyd. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it's tabled. So we're gonna continue to look at that, get with our staff, and we'll see if there's something that the between the staff and the board we can come up with.
Mr. Cintron, if you could contact me, I'll go out there and take a look personally and see if we can come up with some solutions. So we don't want to set a precedence here, just going to carry forward.
All right, thank you, sir.
Our
Sorry about
stuff's on
this.
the website, you know, my phone number and everything. Okay? Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Item number 9, consideration to approve an application by Sean Cantrell for a variance located at 101 Little Jack Way to allow for an increase in the maximum required building height for an accessory structure, map number 455, parcel number 150 in the 5th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is another variance request to increase the required building height in an R1 zoning district. Currently, the Article 3 for an R1 zoning district, the maximum height, 1.5 story or 15 feet above the finished grade in the R and PDR districts, and it's 35 feet in AR1 and AR2. Staff visited the location and surrounding area, and there are other accessory structures that are close by that are above the 15-foot height requirement.
So we got code enforcement issues for several out there?
We could have.
GIS is working a lot.
Well, yes.
They're working too much
They on the
overtime.
ball.
All right, let's get some basics. Open a public hearing. Is there anyone tonight speaking in favor of this variance request? Anyone tonight speaking in favor of this variance request? Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this variance request? I think I would show up if I wanted a variance request.
No doubt.
I've worked with cities where they automatically deny it if they don't show up. They learn to show up. Anyway, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Is there any discussion among the board? Questions?
Mike, what is the variance request? There's no you know what I mean? It's just a,
Says
We-
to increase
we
the
know that
maximum.
We have no way to measure the actual height.
yeah.
We just know that it is above 15 feet above the finished grade for that area.
And how is that? Is that measured from finished grade or
Finished grade.
floor?
Yep, finished
Finished
grade, not
grade.
finished floor, finished grade.
I mean, is there any estimate to what it could possibly be, or?
I
mean-
think, yeah, this one was, was probably 5 feet above the 15 feet
I
estimate.
got you. Was there?
So it
any-
wasn't like it was 35 feet or something.
Were there
like that.
complaints or anything? or-
This one, I believe, was a complaint,
Okay.
yes.
Was this done recently?
What?
If it's a complaint, was it done recently? This building, the structure?
Yes, it was done recently.
They didn't get a permit?
I did not look, but I'm sure that they got a permit, so I don't know, I'll have to look. Cause it would say in here it would be unpermitted, I'll have to look. You could table this one too.
I think we need to table this one.
Yeah.
I
And I'll
thought
look,
this
see
was
if it's
gonna
got a
be-
permit.
I thought it was gonna go a different direction as though they were proposing to build something but needed a variance, but it sounds like they've done something and now need a variance. and-
Yeah, and if it's
Um,
recently, there's no
Um,
reason, if they pulled a permit, and
I don't think they pulled the permit yet, now that I'm looking at it. I'm not as familiar with this one as Shelley is.
I'd like to table this one to the December
Sure.
3rd and give me time
And I'll
to
look too, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
tabled by Mr. Kiefer on a motion and second by Mr. Deloach to December 3rd, 24. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing the noes, it is tabled. Item number 11, the planning board recommends approving a request by Marshall Davis III to rezone plus or minus 1 out of 14.27 acres located on East Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for a permitted use in R2, map number 375, parcel number 29D in the 2nd District.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Per the Effingham County Code of Ordinances, conforming AR1 zoning shall have 5 districts, and due to the 1 acre falling before the threshold, it needs to be rezoned to AR2. This is consistent with the future land use map, and the parcel is projected to be agricultural residential. planning board meeting. It was motion to be approved, and the motion carried it was seconded and carried unanimously. Staff, if this is approved, will meet the criteria of the ordinance.
Okay. Open a public hearing. Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this request? Anyone speaking in opposition to this request? I don't see any need for you to speak in favor. If no one's speaking in opposition, if the board agrees, we'll see if there's any contingency or discussions. Otherwise, we'll bring you up, okay? So for now, we're going to close the public hearing and see if there's a question, discussion on the board or a motion.
It looks very consistent looking around at other parcels.
Got a motion?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Deloach, to approve alternative one. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. We'll do the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of a request by Marshall Davis, the third to rezone plus or minus 1 out of 14.27 acres located on East Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for permitted uses in AR2, map number 375, parcel number 29D in the second district. Motion for second reading.
Make a motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Floyd, to approve the second reading. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
That was Commissioner Burdette that made the motion, for the record.
I got B down here. Who'd I say?
You said me.
I said Kiefer. I wrote B. Boy, I tell you, this cold is really getting in my head. I got a B1 down here and an F2. That's Floyd, right? Motion on Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Floyd. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. But it's bad when you write down a B and you call it a K. All right, that's the planning board items tonight. Do we need a break, or can we go push through this business?
I need to go to the bathroom.
You need another break?
I do. Sorry.
Everybody else is dismissed, and we'll start with our staff.
Wait, we skipping one.
I did? What'd I skip?
No, that was pulled.
It was pulled. Yeah. Oh, crap.
You've been sitting here all night.
I was wondering what you was doing here.
I don't think we can put it back on there in case somebody was gonna be here tonight to hear it. We've already pulled it now.
I think they tabled it to March. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Tell you what, we're gonna take a recess while y'all work that out. And if we can hear it, we'll hear it in the
Yeah,
first
we
part of the
can.
business, but I think.
Fair enough.
It's been tabled. It's gonna be tabled.
I'm gonna hit the road. I'm out of gas.
Huh?
I got nothing left.
Take off.
That was somebody different.
Roger left, you know.
Yep. All right, we're gonna go back into regular session, and, we'll note that Commissioner Burdette had to leave at 7:37. Madam Clerk, if you'd note that the Commissioner Burdette needed to leave, so he's not with us from 7:38 on, actually. And then, we need to adjust the motion to approve the agenda tonight. There was a miscommunication on, items 13 and 14 under Planning Board. We're gonna, who made the motion on that?
Me?
Who made the
No,
second?
no, we didn't make a motion because on the agenda.
It was done at agenda approval, right?
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Deloach and Burdette.
Okay, can we just get a whole new motion then? I can't ask them to amend it. So we're gonna need a whole new motion to approve, the agenda tonight. And that motion will include all the changes that we talked about earlier, but the new motion will change the, planning board hearing, item number 13 and 14 to November 19. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And item number 13 and 14 is Kernan Coleman LLC, Chad Zitrower as agent for the University of Georgia Foundation. Those items, number 13 and 14, under Planning Board are to be postponed to November 19th, 2024.
So we need another motion to approve the entire agenda with that correction as well.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd. This is an agenda change. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, the agenda has been reapproved in the fashion we just described. All right, now I think we're down to number 6 under new business. Consideration to approve a quote from Quest Software to implement Case IT management software.
Noel Webb, Director of IT. Staff recommends approval for the purchase and implementation of Quest Case software to enhance IT asset management, streamline software deployment, and strengthen security measures. This investment will improve overall IT efficiency and the quality of support provided.
Sounds good. Any questions, discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve alternative 1.
Motion me. Motion to Loach.
I'm sorry, that had comment. Do you and Burdette that way? Motion by Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. Item number 7, consideration to approve an intergovernmental agreement between the Effingham County Industrial Development Authority, Effingham County Board of Commissioners, and Effingham County School District for the distribution of pilot payments.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is an agreement we've been discussing for quite some time for the public's benefit. It's the IDA has the authority to enter into agreements of order payments in lieu of property taxes. And technically, it does not have to distribute those payments when they're received. Since our IDA receives their funding through a millage, a constitutionally established millage rate, we wanted to make sure that any pilot revenues go back into the property tax system and are distributed on the same basis as property tax, so pro rata based on where the property is located. So an example would be that if a property was in an unincorporated area of the county and the school district, and this is not the case, but just for simplicity's sake, the school district was getting, the total was 20 mills, the school district was charging
10 of those mills, they get 50%.
Yeah, 10 of those mills, it would be distributed 50-50 between the county and the school district. Oh, no, I'm sorry. And the IDA would get their pro rata share based on the millage not keeping the, not keeping the pilot. So it would, the instruction is 100% of the payments would then go to the tax commissioner with the instructions to distribute these funds as if the property was on the property tax rolls and that basis. So if it's in a municipality, they would get their pro rata share, et cetera.
Those be added to it. Got it.
And so all we have to do is get the IDA to agree to this, and we would be the counterparty to this. But we have both the IDA and the school district on the list to, just to approve it as well.
How was the superintendent? Is he on board? Everything good with him?
Yes, he just wants to make sure that, and we're going to send this to the cities just to review. They shouldn't, I can't imagine they have an issue with it, because if
It's
the
pro
money
rata.
was coming into as regular property tax, this is how it would be distributed.
Yeah, the cities are covered in it. So,
Yeah, so the cities are covered in it, but we will send out to a copy to all the cities as well. And the IDA, I've only spoken to the director, and he seems to agree with it, and then he's going to present it to their board.
And it's a 10-year agreement, right? So,
Yes,
Yes.
it was.
10-year agreement.
And if there's certain circumstances, there's one caveat on it, like let's say the county or the IDA were to financially contribute to an industry, we could have.
We can get our fees back first from the
we can
revenue
get
sharing.
that investment back first and then distribute it. So we kind of try to think of every alternative here to make this a functional agreement, but to make sure that those pilot funds get distributed back to this county, the school, and the cities.
Well, I know we've had a lot of discussion on this topic with all parties, so.
Yeah, we've been working on this for 2 or 3 years, so it's good to get it across the line. It is with a compromise, and I'm okay with that. I wish the county could get a little different, but it's probably fair because it's based on the pro rata share. So how can anybody argue with that?
And
We have a motion to approve alternative one.
so moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Floyd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. Excuse me. Item number 8, consideration to approve an intergovernmental cooperative purchasing agreement with 10-8 Fire and Safety LLC for the purchase of turnout gear for the fire department.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, this is the annual turnout gear purchase, which is the bunker gear that we wear during fires. Has a maximum lifespan of 10 years. Oftentimes it doesn't last quite that long due to use. But this is just our annual purchase.
All right, any question, discussion, or motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Mr. Deloach for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no no's, it passes unanimously. Item number 9, consideration to approve a contract with Bartlett Tree Experts for the maintenance of a 116 diameter live oak tree located within the right-of-way of Jennifer Circle.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Board. Yeah, there's a 116-inch live oak located in the center of the road on Jennifer Circle. I got a complaint about road, being bumpy due to the root structure underneath there. And when I saw the magnitude of this tree, I assumed that I needed to talk with an arborist to see what recommendations he would make. There's more discussion that we need to have. I think it'd be appropriate to bring it to a workshop at the next Board of Commissioners meeting. But this proposal here is just to maintenance the tree, to give it the best shot of moving forward and living. The arborist, when I was speaking with him, it's arguably one of the top trees in the state.
It's a beautiful tree, and this is, that's Jennifer Circle is a county road, right?
Yes, sir.
Goshen Hills.
It's in,
Right.
yep, that's right, in Goshen
I've
Hills.
been under it many times, yeah.
And the county owns the tree, and so this proposal here is just to trim the tree up and give it some nutrition and put some steel anchors in it to help support the tree. And Yeah, and then
And I'll say, in a latter meeting, we've got to discuss and maybe discuss with some of the residents there, the potential of potentially closing off that section of road. There's easy egress access on both sides. There's cross streets, so it wouldn't be an inconvenience. But you know, for the safety of the tree and considering its historical significance, it may make sense to kind of just deed that off to the two property owners and close the road.
All right,
to
so it's a
protect
bigger
the tree.
discussion to come.
Yeah.
that's right. That's what I wanted to talk at the workshop with y'all. But tonight's just about preserving the tree and maintenance in the tree that's in the county right away.
Very good. We have a motion for alternative one.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd. For alternative one, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 10, consideration to approve an update to Chapter 2, Needs and Opportunities, in Chapter 10, Community Work Program of the Effingham County Comprehensive Plan.
Mr. Chair, this is the second the second notice that you guys have to have for the comp plan that's been sent to the state for approval. We looked at it while we were in the, at the retreat, so this is just a formality.
All right. Is there any question, discussion, motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Kiefer, for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 11, consideration to approve the first reading to amend Part 2 Official Code, Chapter 66, Solid Waste in the Effingham County Code of Ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, Griffin Kosheniewski, the Solid Waste Coordinator. I can answer any questions you might have about this. I believe Steve already spoke with you guys about it at the retreat.
Yeah. All right. Is there any question, discussion, or motion for alternative one?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd, for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Griffin. Item number 12, consideration to approve resolution 24-037 to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget.
Good afternoon, Mark Barnes, Finance Director. This is a pretty small budget amendment that is just meant to include funding for the audit-aware software for the tax assessors. And this is some software that helps them assist with business audits.
All right.
Staff recommends approval.
Question, discussion, or motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 13, consideration to approve to amend contract from the Coastal Regional Commission related to congregate and home-delivered meals.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this one is for the senior meals contract. Staff recommends approving this. There was about $18,000 more in ARPA funding available for the county to use in the senior meals program.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item number 14, consideration to approve a proposal with Goodwin Mills, Kaywood LLC for professional architectural services for Effingham County Animal Shelter pre-design.
Good afternoon. Danielle Carver, Procurement and Capital Projects Manager. Effingham County is planning an expansion and renovation of its animal shelter with Goodwin Mills Kaywood LLC, or also known as GMC, set to conduct a feasibility study and provide pre-design services. GMC will assess the facility's current condition, develop up to 3 design options with colored floor plans and potential 3D renderings, and provide a high-level cost estimate based on comparable projects. Optional services include site feasibility analysis, as-built documentation, and detailed renderings if needed. The work is expected to be completed within 8 weeks of approval. Staff recommends that the board approve GMC's proposal to guide future decisions on the shelter's improvements and expansion.
Okay, any questions, discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 15, consideration to approve to ratify and affirm change order number 4 with Knight Wright LLC for the administrative building renovation construction project.
Yes, sir. This is a ratification. Mr. Tim's already signed. Effingham County is seeking ratification on change order number 4 with McWright LLC for the administrative complex renovation / construction project. This change order includes adjustments to add data locations, improve surge protection, and update ADA compliant parking lot features. Staff recommends the board approval of this ratification to enhance the facility's functionality, safety, and ADA compliance.
This
And
total
we just
incre-
wanted to move it along.
Yeah,
so.
this total increase was $16,000 on this change order? How'd it go from 3,317 to 3,319 with 18? Is that addition wrong?
I'll have to pull it up and look at it. I'm
I
sure
think there was some reductions in previous ones.
There were 2 deductions.
Okay, maybe that's what it's.
Yeah, so there were some
'cause they're not
change,
on here.
there were some negative change orders prior to this
Right, okay,
that might not be included in there.
all right. All right, so the new total is 3,319,931.
yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Floyd to approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nays, it passes unanimously. Item number 16, consideration to approve change order number 2 and number 3 for the Effingham County CEM Gym expansion construction with Lavender Associates Incorporated.
Yes, sir. This is consideration to approve the change orders 2 and 3 for the CEM gym managed by Lavender and Associates. The change order 2 involves undercutting split face block corridors to fit the new flooring while maintaining the gym's existing wall aesthetic. And change order 3 addresses the drainage issues by installing a 12-inch riser on a storm inlet beside the patio. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Any questions, discussion, or motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, for alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nays, it passes unanimously. Item number 17, consideration to approve a contract to award bid 24 ITB 068 to McWright LLC for the construction of the Ebenezer Road Fire Rescue Station number 17.
Yes, sir. We're considering awarding contract 24 ITB 068 to McWright LLC for the construction of the Ebenezer Road Fire Rescue Station number 17. The county received 2 bids with McWright LLC offering the lowest bid. After evaluating factors such as the work plan, schedule, and cost, staff recommends McWright LLC for the project. The funding source for this construction is SPLOST. Approval of this contract will allow the county to move forward with the construction of the fire rescue station to enhance emergency response capabilities in the area. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Motion for alternative 1.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second, Mr. Floyd, for alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nays, it passes unanimously. Item number 18, consideration to approve a warranty deed and plat related to right-of-way for the Gateway Roundabout project.
Yes, sir. We're moving forward with the General Way Roundabout project to enhance traffic flow and safety at the intersection of 115 Parkway and Old Augusta Road. To support this project, the county acquired a portion of the right-of-way at 115 Parkway, formalized in the attached warranty deed. Staff recommends that the board approve the recording of this deed and the associated plat. Staff recommends alternative 1.
Motion for alternative 1.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nays, it passes unanimously. Item number 19, consideration to approve a purchase and sale contract between Effingham County and Savannah Parkway Properties LLC located on Old Augusta Road containing 4.465 acres, map number 478, parcel number 2D.
Yes, sir. The county is seeking approval for the purchase and sale contract to acquire the .465 acres of land, part of tax parcel number 4780002D00 with Savannah Parkway Properties LLC. This right-of-way acquisition supports the upcoming General Way Roundabout project, so staff recommends alternative 1.
Motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
just real quick on that, just going to add also the authority for the chairman or vice chairman or your designee to sign the closing documents.
Okay. So the,
And which roundabout is this?
down, Old Augusta Road south.
Augusta Road.
The first roundabout on Old Augusta, just up from Parker's.
It's the one we had discussed that we needed property for. Okay. And so you're adding to the motion to include the chairman and his designee to close it? Okay.
Make a motion to approve, with the authorizing the chairman and or his designee to sign on his behalf.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer. Have a second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 20, consideration to approve resolution 24-036 related to the introduction of local legislation and the creation of a public facilities authority.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we had submitted this to local legislation last year, but because of a communication glitch, it did not make the legislative calendar. So this just updates it for
To get on the new
to
legislative
submit
calendar.
this legislative year starting
Yeah.
January.
Is there a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. I'll remind him at Rotary. Item number 21, consideration to approve a letter of support to the Georgia Department of Transportation for the local bridge replacement program, project of Stillwell Road over Ebenezer Creek.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a federally funded project. It's replacing the bridge on Stillwell over Ebenezer Creek. GDOT just requires a letter of local support for it.
Okay. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Kiefer, second by, here's second from Mr. Floyd. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 22, consideration to approve and publish a new job description for a GIS analyst.
Yes, so Sarah Malsoff, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. Tonight, we are here asking for this new title and job description to kind of provide some career path and growth for our current GIS staff, which you guys see are working hard. So currently,
problems.
yeah.
Finding code violations everywhere, right?
So, right now, we have a technician, coordinator, then it'd be an analyst before the manager, so just kind of allowing current staff to have a growth path. This would be a promotion for current staff, so it's not increasing headcount or anything.
It's not a new position, it's
No,
just
just the title.
a title.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Any other question, discussion, or motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Okay.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Loach, second by Mr. Floyd, alternative one. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 23, consideration to approve an amended administrative service agreement with Maritime Health Incorporated.
Yes, so this is just some housekeeping, some legal stuff. We're just trying to clean up
To
the
approve
process.
them to be our administrative service
Yep.
agent.
Well, they already are. So this is just, in our policy, we allow 6 weeks of personal leave once they've exhausted their 12 weeks of FMLA. And this is just gonna help us get reimbursement, from stop loss.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got
So they wanted to put that in our agreement because it wasn't with the old carrier last year, so.
All right, very good.
mhm.
Any questions or discussion, or is there no motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Kiefer for alternative one. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Item number 24, consideration to approve amendment number 7 to the employee benefit plan and summary of material modifications with Maritime Health Incorporated.
So again, this is just kind of some housekeeping. In July, Georgia had some changes to prescription plans, and this is just putting us in compliance, so this will be effective 10/1 for our new plan, so it's just an amendment to get us in line.
Okay, is there a motion for alternative one?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd for alternative one. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 25, consideration to acknowledge a petition for annexation as submitted by the city of Springfield for various parcels of property consisting of approximately 325 acres located off of Courthouse and Pleasant Acres Road, map number 368, parcel number 5, and map number 390, parcel number 1A, and map number 367, parcel number 59.
Mr. Chairman, the map is displayed on your screen. It is contiguous with other properties located within the city. Staff recommends approval.
Okay. Any discussion or motion?
Make a motion to approve alternate one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. And item number 26, the item we added to the agenda. Consideration to approve contract 24 ITB-066 with APAC Atlantic Incorporated for the T-Splost / LeMig 2025 road improvements.
Jonathan Holm, County Engineer. Staff's recommending the approval of 24 ITB 066 with APAC Atlantic for the T-Splost LMIG supplemental LMIG 2025 road improvements. We sent out a bid. There were 4 bidders that put in bids. The roads are to repave and resurface across the county. Those roads are located in the packet. Lowest bid came in at roughly $4.5 million. Funding for this would be T-Splost and LMIG. Staff's recommending alternative one.
Okay, any questions, discussions?
I make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer to approve as presented. That's alternative one. Second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, it passes unanimously. Do we have any reports from staff?
Yes, I got 3 things. First, on that last item, that's probably the largest road resurfacing package we've ever put out. So we'll get the news on that. If we get some warm weather in the winter time, they'll try and get some work done. But if not, majority will get done in the spring.
Are we pretty much done with paving for 24 then?
No, I mean, we still have open roads out there to get done. So if they have an opportunity and they get a window of warm weather, they're free to go out there and try and get these roads resurfaced. And I think
I just hadn't seen or heard any.
I think they probably will. They'll probably get some. They'll get some chance to do it. I mean, they've gotten about. What do you think, Jonathan? About a little over half, or yeah, about 60% of the road's done, and so the remainder will get done. This last package also includes that improvements to that curve on Courthouse. So the 2 other items I have is we had discussed a Board of Commissioners sponsored Christmas party for appreciation for employees. I think we discussed the Friday the 20th, but there was a little bit of a couple problems with those dates. One, that's the date that kids get out of school. Pageants and what have you, you might not get the a good attendance, and plus, as because the sheriff has limited staffing on Friday, you wouldn't get that much attendance from law enforcement. So we have 2 recommended dates. One of them is the day before, Thursday the 19th, or the week before that, which is Thursday the 12th. Unless you all want to kind of give us a date now, but just think of those dates so we can
I'm good with that
prepare.
day before. I mean, it's closer to Christmas, kind of, everybody's kind of getting a little more excited.
Okay.
But I don't know if that works for everybody else.
19th?
Let me see.
I can make it work, but I've got a JDA meeting that afternoon, so
Yeah, so
I can
do I.
help prepare, but I may not be able to hang out on cleanup time.
Oh, okay.
So you're saying you're for it?
Oh, yeah.
This is 19th
Double
or
vote.
20th?
The 12th works better for me, but
All
I
right,
can
let's do
make-
the 12th.
I can make
Let's do the 12th.
That's eggs and issues.
The 12th is the swearing-in ceremony for the new commissioners. That's at 3
That's at
o'clock.
night, isn't it?
And that's here.
It's at night,
That's
right?
Oh, it's at 3 o'clock.
We'll be done by then.
Okay.
Well,
And that is Eggs and Issues Day as well.
leave it on the 19th. That'd be fine. Is everybody okay with the 19th?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'll change my plans.
No, I don't care.
I'll change my plans. That'll work.
And the last thing I had, if you remember, we discussed getting a steering committee or a stakeholder committee together to just get some feedback from members of the public on the new code revisions we're doing during the moratorium. I did get some names from some of you. If any of you have some other ones that you want to throw in there. At the request of the board, we are putting out an application to get some applications from members of the public. But I think we decided to keep this to around a dozen people, I think, somewhere around there. But if we have to add one or two more, I mean, we can make it work. So if you can get your names in, I know Commissioner Kiefer got me some names in. I got a couple names from Commissioner Floyd. So whoever else, and from Commissioner Deloach. So whoever's got anything on there, I would like to get it approved if possible, so we can get a meeting in before the end of the year. Either, preferably at the next meeting, if not at the one meeting we have in December. That's all.
Okay. Anything from our clerk?
Very quickly, on boards and committees, Commissioner Floyd, your first district appointment for the Tax Assessors Board, has resigned. She has moved out of the county, so.
Really?
Yes, Miss Lisa Hurst, Lisa Mock.
Mock, yeah.
Hurst, yes.
She got married.
has moved out of the county, so you will need to consider a new appointment for the Tax Assessors Board. Also, on the Board of Health, the advocacy group, or agency or consumer appointment, that seat has been vacant for some time. They are seeking someone to be appointed to that board as well.
Is that the board that I chair right now?
Yes, it is.
And we have another appointee we can make to that board
Yes,
besides the chairman?
yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you appoint everybody on that board. Well, not everybody. There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Rankin has one.
Yeah,
and,
there's 4 different appointments that you all make for that board.
Okay.
So we need to consider someone for that seat. It was vacated since Jeff Utley
Okay.
left.
I didn't realize that was our appointment. I thought that was probably Guyton's or
Yep,
somebody's.
nope, that's us.
Okay. Well, y'all give me some ideas and names of somebody that might be on the Board of Health. That'd be great.
That's the Board of Health?
Board of Health.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I have.
All right. Anything from any of the commission?
I had a call from a lady on Shimmeringdale Road. She said it's a private road, but years ago, the county put ash on it.
This, you know what Shimmering is, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it wasn't her, it was somebody else, but this is another lady that lives in there and claims that, that the county put ash on that road at some point years ago, and now we don't scrape it and it's a mess.
Is that a private
That's
or
true.
public road? I need to confirm it. Yeah, we'll look into it.
Take a look, just,
Yeah.
this is one that came in, I'm like, I don't, anyway. Back, when they put ash, they were putting it everywhere, so I can believe it. All right, thank you.
But it might have been something they requested as well. When we were doing our roads, they might say, well, we can give you some ash on it, but
We can find that, but I mean, like I said, they were
I can't believe we just went out and did a private road.
20 years ago, I
I
guarantee you.
Okay. All right, anything else?
No, that's it.
Mr. Deloach?
Yeah, I just want to comment on Laura Bassett's group at the elections office. I've gotten all positive response from her and her team, or about her team. A lot of folks say they've showed up. I know she told me we've had over 50% registered voters vote. It's rare that everybody I've talked to said they had a pleasant experience. I myself had a pleasant experience. So that's just an office that typically you only hear something about unless something bad happens, which we never hear anything about. And with that being said, I wish them luck tonight. Hope it went smooth. But anyway, I thought her and her team did a really good job. And just for the record, just wanted to state items 7 and 8 on the consent agenda, which I know we had a lot tonight and we were trying to move forward, but that had to do with our debris cleanup. We are increasing the contracts for that, so just wanted to state it on the record. that our folks know that we are continuing to monitor that with the debris cleanup from Helene, and that's moving forward.
Is there a way to share, or you may have, I don't know, I hadn't been on social media much, but are we sharing kind of what areas they're working in, or where they're at, or what? I know
Yes,
we're sharing
we
how many
are,
tons or dump truck loads, but
Yes, and so we put one out, I think, mid last week that showed what zones they were in. We'll put one out tomorrow to just update that if that's changed. But it doesn't really go down to kind of the street or the neighborhood level. But, you know, at least they'll tell us of the, I think it's, I don't know how many zones that we have, 7 zones in the county. It'll at least tell them where they generally are.
Mr. Kiefer,
And there was something I was gonna say, now I cannot remember.
motion to adjourn?
No. Remember, next week, next Monday, Veterans Day,
Yes.
11 a.m. at the park. Attorney General Chris Carr is coming, is gonna be the keynote speaker. But,
Yeah, that'd be a great,
it's always a good program for the veterans, so.
got a great speaker, that's
Just,
great.
anyone that can attend, public, everybody.
Just that reminder, appreciate it. All right, do we have a need for executive session?
I don't know.
Sounds good. Executive session minutes, approval of executive session minutes for October 15th, 2024, and October 25th, 2024. You need to pass them out to us?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm sorry. I finally just scribbled out Burdett's, I guess because he's under Floyd, and Floyd makes it, I see Burdette there, and it was really crazy when I wrote a B and said Deloach. That was the weirdest one. Okay. This second one,
Yeah.
we don't need it. We don't need that one.
Yeah, I was just, have that behind in case you
Okay,
drop
all right.
it to a session.
All right, now this other one, wait a minute now.
That's two.
There's not, it's not filled out with the date and time and all. Is that something?
Stephanie?
I gave it to
The
Steph.
25th, don't, just sign it for me. That's when we were at the retreat.
That's the retreat one.
Okay, all right.
I'll
Pass
put it
this,
in.
this goes to Wesley.
Well, they haven't even adjourned. Where are y'all going?
What are y'all doing?
There you go.
So
All right,
rude.
you have the executive session minutes before you. Is there a motion to approve them?
Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Floyd to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, they pass unanimously. Do you have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, to adjourn this meeting. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing no nos, we are in adjournment, and all the staff that has left the building are terminated immediately.